Welcome to the new Chess 24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to round number 4 of the Tata Steel Masters 2022, the first super tournament of the year, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Jordan van Foreest, last year's winner, Sam Shankland, others. Peter Svidler, how are you today?
Fine, excellent.
That sounded.
I plan to start as you mean to go on by lying.
Are things all right? Any family emergencies?
The family emergency got resolved-ish, yeah. We're much the happier as a household today than we were at some point late last night.
What chess do we have in store? Do we have the pairings? Who's playing?
Well, we've established yesterday that it's basically somebody against some guy. Who was playing against some guy? I think it was Magnus against some guy, right?
Caruana Dubov, Kayakin Giri, Shankland Rapport, Audiarov Duda, Magnus Jordan, Vidit against Yesipenko, and Pragnananda against Niels Cornelius. I like these pairings. Yesterday's pairings, now we can admit it. We're a little But today, we have Caruana Dubov. That's a fun pairing. We have Magnus against last year's winner and his helper, Jordan van Foreest. That should be fun. We have Shankland Rapport, Kayakin Giri. What's not to like?
There's never anything not to like, honestly. And today is an exciting round and a more even mix of openings by the looks of things as well. So perhaps
the champion has not made an appearance yet. It looks like.
Seems like he's lagging behind.
Fashionably late.
Yeah.
Where do we go?
Also fashionably lean.
Sorry.
Yeah. What's your take on people being late for games when it doesn't result in a loss?
I think it depends a bit if these people are the world champion or not. I think if you're the world champion, you might even have a case for sneaking in without being bothered because people are distracted by the start of the round, so you can make your way past picture requests and autograph requests and so on. Other than that, I don't know. I think the sweet spot is being there like 2 minutes before the game starts so you can fill out your score sheet in peace and don't lose time on the clock without getting anxious, but I guess it's individual.
Yeah. Now, there was this kind of a incident-ish during the World Rapid and Blitz where Magnus tried not to start the clock of his opponent when for a change somebody was late against him, which I thought was a nice gesture, but also there was a bit of a discussion, at least in somewhat narrow circles, about the idea that players really shouldn't have any agency in this. Like arbiters, and normally arbiters do just start the clock.
Normally they just start, right? Even
and that's how it should be.
You make this empty gesture, they just start the clocks. But of course, Magnus might have a little more juice in the matter.
Exactly, and with him specifically. He's done it enough from the other side. Sort of, he's done enough of being slightly late for games that it feels that when he does it, the empty.
It was an investment, so he hopes his opponents.
No, I know that's not what I. No, it's exactly the opposite. I think the gesture is slightly less empty because he realizes that, people have, he has not been penalized for it enough that maybe he doesn't want to see others being penalized for it against him. So I thought it was nice to try, but I don't know if that succeeded, and maybe it shouldn't really succeed. But
yeah, if we're talking about professionalism, blah blah blah, I guess you should, in an ideal world, just have the game start at 2 p.m. no matter who's there, who's not there.
Yep. Yep. And an interesting opening in there's a number of openings which could be described as interesting, but there's even a Grunfeld today, so things to talk about.
Speaking of professionalism, I need to apply some hair product.
That is very professional.
Highly. Magnus is there.
Yeah. And I wonder if he's planning to...
Is this in your course? This must be.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's planning to plug my course today by not playing c4 at any point. Because
Not sure that may matter.
At some point I realized that like there is a whole bunch of positions I have not covered. And that was like with a week to go until the release date. I realized that the position, if like all the pieces get developed without the c4, c6 included, in my mind, that was just sort of transposing to the Grunfeld, but in fact, White is not obliged to play c4 at all. So there's like 10 different moves there that need to be covered, which were not at that point covered at all, but they did end up getting some airtime. Yeah.
That's an exciting story. So
extremely, yeah.
With a week to go, you discovered you had this impossible set of tasks still ahead of you, and you thought you couldn't make it, but then you gathered whatever strength remained inside your clicking fingers.
Yes.
And with the help of that tremendous willpower, you delivered the product on time.
Yes, that's
chessable.com/Peter.
That's exactly right. Yeah, all of that, including that link. I'm very proud of the link. And the audience right now is watching the only two people with a named link on chessable.com currently, I think. Which makes me, since I've only just joined that very exclusive club, makes me very, very proud.
We did make it.
Arguably as proud as I've ever been.
Jordan. Wasn't Jordan a proponent of knight f3, d5, g3, a5? Come on, Jordan. Put your ideas where your pieces are. You played this once, no?
I'm not sure, but it's not ridiculous. They've been doing this earlier and earlier. Both h4, h5, and also a5, a4 has been creeping into all kinds of positions. So, apparently Anish also has a named link. My life has been a lie.
Why would he need a named link? Like for you, you have to secure it against other Peters. Anish, what's the... there's Anish Gandhi. Have you heard of chess player Anish Gandhi? It's a funny name.
I think maybe I possibly have typed Anish G into Megabase search and got more Anishes, but...
Yeah, Anish Gandhi. Shout out.
Yeah.
So this opening, we're all experts here. You can castle, but then e5 is coming.
Yep.
So you stop it, and after knight f6, castles. Now black has a choice between castles and c6 mainly, pretending after c6, c4, you might want to take the pawn. Usually they castle, when in turn white has a choice between all these moves, which I'm sure are covered in great detail in your course. c3, b3, knight bd2, c4, knight e5, bishop f4, bishop e3. A4.
Also a4, h3, and rook e1. Yeah, actually, knight e5 did not make it for some reason.
You didn't cover knight e5?
Yeah, I feel like I've maybe.
Chess, is there a money back option somewhere?
Possibly. There's definitely been some refunds. Maybe they are specifically to do with the fact that knight e5 is absent from the analysis of this position.
30-day guarantee, apparently. All right, here's a position. Let's see what Magnus plays.
Yeah, there's
this moment, Peter.
Yeah, huge sword of Damocles hanging over my hand. If he goes 95 here, like I'm completely ruined. 2 days into the course, and I'm just completely destroyed by, just like Andrei Yesipenko was by facing him in the World Cup. My tragedy is no less tragic. He just decides to invalidate all of my hard work by making this kind of ridiculous move here. It's not that ridiculous even. I'm kind of wondering why I didn't cover it. It wasn't in the top 8, I think, statistically. In terms of games played, I think it's much rarer than all the other stuff, but yeah. Hashtag update. There's a thread in my twist.
As Peter just revealed, there are 0 novelties in his course, because in terms of games played, they just never made the list.
Exactly. Absolutely no novelties.
C4. It's your lucky day.
It is my lucky-ish day, yeah.
C6, DC4, obviously a prominent alternative here. Which do you give, C6 or DC?
Yeah, we're playing C6, yeah.
Solid.
So I'm still in danger, obviously. Like, in a way, I would have preferred Jordan just to blitz out DC4, and then I could sort of wash my hands off this game altogether and say that, yeah, Jordan, Philistine, doesn't make the best move in the position. What does he know? Jordan van Verreest. What does he know?
B3. I wonder if he knows DC, BC, C5. Most people do.
Yeah, and but because of some kind of a move order snafu, I had to cover this position again for volume 2. That made me analyze knight e4 as well. So I am now well equipped to make one of 2 moves in this position.
So you give a different move here in part 1 than in part 2?
There's a way for white, I think, to force this position without the option of d takes c4, yeah, annoyingly.
So there's a way for white to have this position on board without the option of dc4?
No, not this position, but like there's a specific move order which actually allows white to play c4, 6, b3 with pawn on d2.
Ah, okay.
And then you kind of have to go knight e4, d4 castles. But actually, even here, after knight f6 specifically, instead, I don't know, they went through a slightly different move order. Doesn't matter. We're not there yet. But knight e4 is also very playable. It's d takes, b takes, c5 aims to kind of equalize by force, whereas knight e4 aims to just equalize without really memorizing too much. So it's a different approach, but I think it's also fine.
If I was Jordan, I'd try to equalize by force, not let's play a lovely game of chess, Mr. Carlsen. But, as we've established, he's a creative dude himself. He likes to go his own way.
Yeah, absolutely. Still curious to see how this develops, because they're very different positions, and finding out what Magnus thinks about all of this is very interesting to me, not just because of the course, but just because I've played this my entire life with black, and I've always kind of assumed this is safe, even though you can, of course, misplay it and run into some difficulties, but very much wondering where Magnus feels the biggest problems are, in particular in the more forcing lines.
All right, Jorn van Verreest. What does he know? Does he know things? Let's find out. He goes bishop f5, not in the top 2 moves recommended by Peter Svidler in this position.
Might transpose though. Bishop f5, like in the knight e4 lines, bishop pretty much always goes to f5. So I'm not sure it's of very much independent of, well, like very easily could transpose into what I cover in volume 2.
In other news, in Mamedyarov-Dubov, we have a bit of a theoretical debate. They've reached this position quite quickly. This is one of the lines in this new, very trendy. What is it called? Is it called a semi-Tarrasch still, or it's a new thing?
I'm not quite sure. Yeah, like I'm very bad with the opening names in general, but yeah, this one confuses me. It's like semi-Tarrasch but not quite, Sharagenik but not quite. It's this weird intersection of everything, right?
Maybe we can call that semi-Tarrasch but not quite, Sharagenik but not quite. This weird intersection of everything.
It's of course it's Hennig. Yeah, it's the idiotic sort of Soviet way of transcribing the H sound in everything.
This is the Sharagenik.
Yeah. That's the classical Sharagenik, yeah.
Anyway, this line popped up out of nowhere like 2 years ago when Leela, our friend Leela, started giving this as the main line against 1d4. So it was hard to miss, because if you just accidentally switch on your Leela, it would give d4 as the first move, and this is the first line against d4. And it's a pretty solid line. Stuff just disappears.
Yeah, is it really only 2 years ago? It feels like it's been around.
This particular line, I'm fairly sure, is like 2 years ago. I mean, the line has been around a bit longer because people used to play e4, knight c6 here. This is how Wang Yue used to play.
Yeah.
Here you suffer a little more. But this e4, de, I don't know. Could be wrong. Feels like it's around 2 years.
Oh yeah, okay, that specific one. Yeah, I meant together with e4, knight c6. I feel like I've been watching this for a bit longer, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No particular specific knowledge apart from as a spectator, I've been forced to observe many a game like this recently, and feels like Black makes a draw. I want to say pretty much always, but that clearly is incorrect because White continues playing this, so it can't be that dead. Otherwise, probably White would have started trying something new.
Some sound complaints. Sotiris, are we okay? What's going on? So yeah, all of this is very much mainline territory. I think Magnus tried bishop c4 here as well. But yeah, it's one of these positions that look a bit ugly, but they're easily clickable nowadays. So the ball, to my mind, is still in White's court here. Like they've tried other moves like bishop g5 or even e3. But in these forced lines, you more or less, to my understanding, hope that Black doesn't know the details, which I think with Duda 2022 is not such a big hope. I could be wrong, and there are fresh developments here.
Yeah, I thought the knight goes like, is g3 the usual square?
Is f5 the usual move? There's also bishop g7, but I guess this is
f5 normal. Looks very natural, yeah, but I mean, there's obviously knight c5, but I guess it doesn't do very much. Is knight g3 being played with the idea of... No, but it can't be. Is it? With the idea of knight h5 after bishop g7? Because if you don't have an immediate forcing reply after bishop g7, why are we even better?
Yeah, I thought the point was you go bishop g7 to stop knight c5, because then we obviously have rook c8.
Yeah.
I don't know if he mixed something up, or if he has some point. But yeah, don't quite get it either. Also played very quickly.
Yeah, played extremely quickly by both sides. So feels like they both should know what they're doing here. After bishop g7 is also kind of important here to stop bishop c4, because bishop c4 rook h1 is of course the ideal setup, but runs into rook c8.
This particular version, not sure I need bishop g7.
Yeah,
not that I have a better suggestion.
Knight g7 maybe.
Knight somewhere, yeah.
But knight g7 we get hit by bishop b5, right? And we're maybe not that happy about it.
h5, bishop c4, white is in time, yeah.
We might get mated, right?
That'd be unfortunate.
h4, rook he1 looks... Yeah. Although, I can actually, I think, take and go king f7 and pretend everything is...
Like Wesley, step into the discovered check. And worry about nothing.
Still looks scary, though. Even hg3 simply, and then play for dominance. Seems very, very iffy for black. Probably pays to actually know something about this position, but mainly I think like if bishop g7 is playable, why are we unhappy about bishop g7 would be my immediate feeling about the position. I thought maybe knight h5 with the idea of putting it on f4 later.
Yeah. Feels like it justifies a white's knight g3 move order to some extent.
It does, yeah, it does. But
there's more complaints about the sound. Yeah, I'm not sure what we can do about it, but if there's anything we can do, let us know. Can't tell where it's coming from.
Yeah, I'm very unsure about this because apart from people talking outside of the room, which is not what people are complaining about, it's about as quiet as I've actually had my studio sound. So I really don't know.
Not sure. Say like a fan or something in the background.
Nope.
So, not sure.
So yeah, we have this. We have an actual bona fide Grunfeld in Karyakin Giri.
I can switch to headphones. I'm not sure that helps. Normally it's no big difference, but I can try.
Yeah, unclear.
All right, welcome back. Because I was listening to you through my speaker, which usually I've been told it doesn't make a difference. But we can try this. Nah, still the same.
Yeah, but it's not really we also have a lot of people saying sound is fine, so I don't know if we should really obsess about it all that much.
If many people are saying it's not fine, then there must be some truth to it. Not sure what we can do about it. Apologies. We'll see if stuff disappears somehow. All right, moving on. Vidit playing the Italian. Yeah. Yesipenko, somewhat interestingly, also goes for this early h6 as Karyakin played against him and lost yesterday. Is he going to copy the a6 followed by a5 line?
Yeah, it's curious if he actually goes for the exact same line with colors reversed today. Black did not equalize yesterday. I felt, and not just the way he played it, but also the evaluations that we've briefly seen straight out of the opening didn't suggest that the situation was stellar. I don't know. He must have some kind of an improvement prepared if he goes for the same thing, but he's castled so far. Might be a different plan in mind. I've put in some work into trying to figure out the Italian move orders recently, but, well, not very recently, but in...
The plot thickens.
No, it wasn't for me. For me, I wouldn't bother. But,
okay.
But as part of candidates prep, we definitely had to look at the Italian because Kirill could very easily get it with either color from many of the games there. I still flounder horribly. There's just too many of these move orders, and they all look kind of similar, but are just not really the same. So yeah, I get very confused. And
so you put in some work, but it didn't help.
It didn't take. Yeah, it's just an exercise in futility.
It's basically a hopeless task. You just choose one of the move orders with black. Ideally, try to surprise your opponent, but trying to understand the subtleties, it's too much. Pawns on h3, h6, h2, h7. The black star with rook e1 on knight b2. So pawn on a6 can white go a4. It's basically impossible.
Yeah. Sometimes leading to very comical results, because I went for what I thought was a very, very main line in one of these online tournaments in a game against Livon. I think I was supposed to play that with pawns on h3 and h6 included, and I played them with h2 and h7. And it turned out to be completely lost for white by move 15 because knight g4 happened somewhere and there's no defense. And I was like -3 out of the opening, which was, yeah, comical to most people but myself, I suppose. And even I was kind of giggling by that point because like we've spent so much time looking at that, and still I just failed to equalize utterly with the white pieces for whatever reason.
Right. Other than that, yeah, we have to wait what Vida wants to do here. The rule of thumb is generally you don't play a4 until black has played a6. So here a4 would be met by a5.
On the other hand,
usually you can play h3 after black castles, so you don't run into g5, g4. So h3 makes a lot of sense here.
And there's also some argument for playing before a4 yourself, or before knight bg2. All of these things have been tried.
Yeah, these things, if black hasn't touched the a pawn yet, usually a5 and knight e7 are supposed to be fine for black as well, but obviously plenty games here as well. Knight b2, you're also supposed to be able to do if black has played h6, because now after knight g4, rook e2, these king h8, f5 lines, they might still exist, but they lose quite a bit.
Yeah, I think specifically with the bishop on c5, they lose some of the potency, because
I don't think it
can become quite annoying, because you are basically obliged to start sacrificing a piece there. Like a king h8, h3, f5 is what you play if you play it with the pawn on h6. And for that, I think you kind of need to have the bishop on a7 in most cases, or at least on b6, so that it doesn't get hit by g3, d4. Definitely an option, though, and probably, if black complies, probably the sharpest option white has here, because of how messy these positions become. There's a Petrov today. And there was also a very nice suggestion by Lorinda very early on in the stream that we probably should just avoid looking at Sam's game until like 6 hours in, so that it gives us more time to talk about it, because then we can dedicate, since that clearly will be the only game running once we're towards the third time control. So then we can start from move 1 and just cover it properly, making sure that there's no dead air on stream at any point.
It's not a bad idea. Although pure time, which when we're talking about Sam game, equals enjoyment wise, it makes more sense to cover it now, because we know we will have it exclusively running after 6 hours. So if we get an hour in between now and hour 6, and then full-time Sam after hour 6, we still get more hours of Sam.
That is fair, yeah. I mean, we don't have to, but I felt like I should mention the suggestion, because it seemed like a reasonably sensible, creative solution to what is quickly becoming a problem. Or, well, I don't know. Maybe not a problem. Maybe that's a very negative way of looking at things. It's not a problem. It's an exciting opportunity to talk about the same thing over and over again by hour 6.
Yep. Sam, but different. Let's move on to Fabi Dubov. Oh, the Spanish. Dubov playing after a4, not the move rook b8, but bishop to b7.
Yeah, not only that, but by move 12, he still has all 8 pawns on the board. Somebody should sue.
a4, you can't go d5? He did that once.
I think he has.
Yeah.
I think he has in the past, yeah. So what is he doing? It's just, I think Fabi has every right to feel betrayed. Why isn't he a pawn up yet?
First interesting thing here, after d3, d6, in the match we've seen knight bd2. Can't recall if once or twice, probably once. No?
Once, I think. Yeah.
h3 is also a move, for example, suggested by Gajewski in his Chessable course. After knight bd2, Magnus played rook e8 in the match, but knight d7, suggested in my course, as far as I know, has a very good reputation still. Someone should have told Magnus about this option. With the knight intending to jump here. So my best guess is that Fabi was trying to avoid this by starting with c3. Fabi himself covered this position in one of his courses, where he gave, I think, c3, knight c5, takes, bishop c2. But here he didn't mention the option of pawn to b4. At least this is, an earlier course I saw from Fabi. I'm not sure if this has changed in the meantime.
Yeah, I've had this
yeah.
recently, actually.
And yeah, this, as far as I know, is still considered to be perfectly fine for black.
Yeah, I've had this in my game against Darius Svirch in the Singfield Cup in 2021, and then I had a kind of a weird experience because I very quickly realized that I don't particularly like my position, but there's like a semi-speculative pawn sacrifice there, which, if it gets accepted, gets me.
But you're not supposed
like
to
I played
take the
d4
pawn, no?
97,
Yeah.
d4 97 and knight f1, and Darius took played queen a1, which I think is correct, and I played knight e3.
Yeah,
and he
we
took
don't
on
take.
c3. Yeah,
We don't take.
which is still, I think it's still fine actually. I don't think black is worse after queen takes e3, but Darius kind of quickly went wrong and lost that game.
Yeah.
And then I talked to Gary, because Gary was obviously around for the 960.
He played this against Topalov. He's the OG.
Yeah, and Gary said that they analyzed this pawn sacrifice for the first time in like the mid-90s.
Yeah.
And he could still remember some of the lines, and they were sort of better lines than the ones I was trying to calculate during the game, as per usual. So yeah, that was a kind of a funny little conversation. Like, but have you seen this? And I said, yeah, well, no, I just kind of punted the pawn and hoped for the best, and which is my approach to these things generally. And
just quickly, so we don't miss this game entirely. There's a game between Kayakin and Giri.
Yeah, that is really weird, because chat was saying so Anish offered a draw, and I was about to get all snarky on them because, I mean, that's the main theoretical line, and really nobody goes knight b3 because, like, why would you just have a day off? But apparently sometimes people do play knight b3 and have a day off. Also, sometimes
I'm not sure if you recall my prediction yesterday of what was going to happen today, and I hate to tell. I told you so, but I did tell you so.
You are wise beyond your years.
I actually am not that young. I used to be. Now I think the status has changed there.
Yeah.
Anyway, good
It is a
stuff,
bit-
guys. It's got to be a draw.
It is going to be a draw, yes, but like, why?
Let's not pretend like this isn't happening regularly with kayaking in a super tournament where you're not playing for World Championship qualification. We've seen this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that I think, no, I mean, it's just this specific game that I kind of didn't expect this, because, I mean, he's not doing that well in a tournament. It's a game with the white pieces against somebody who will, maybe let him play. So why not play? But yeah, I mean, the good thing about Wijk is that there's always 7 or 14, depending on how you decide to view it, games to talk about. If one disappears, we kind of shrug and just move on. A bit surprising still, but yeah, it's his decision.
Yeah, good stuff.
Excellent stuff.
In Pratanda versus Nils Gardelius.
Aha.
We have a bit of a game.
Aha. I'm ahaing here because I'm trying to figure out what I give against Queen A3, and I don't think it's this, but I also can't remember, so it's very difficult. I'm pretty sure I have this in volume 1, but what am I giving here? I think it's c5, and after bishop b2 there is some somewhat creative solution, but yeah, can't remember. Yeah. Mind like a sieve these days.
All right, chat. I'll read 2 more comments about the headphones not looking good, taking them off, and we're back with the annoying noise that you can complain about then. Up to you. Pawn to h4.
I will actually check, it's annoying me. What do I give? Because there's no way this move order doesn't feature at all. Is there?
I don't know.
There is there is apparently. People really are trying to kind of make me look bad. But that's on me. Like, this one is on me. If Magnus played 95 there, I think that would be on Magnus. But this one is on me.
People say the noise hasn't gone away. It's on Peter's end. I can take the headphones off.
Yeah, that's what Satiris said as well.
Let's block some people just to see if I can do it.
And Lida says you look great anyway, so.
Here we go.
That's actually more than vaguely embarrassing. How do you not look at Queen A3 there? No, if Knight B6 is against Bishop B2 instead of Queen A3, and if we play Knight B6 here, I'm pretty sure Bishop B2 will not be played. So it's a clever little move or the trick here by Prague, and yeah, more hashtag update for me to work on. I'm actually going to make a note.
Tomorrow, it's almost a rest day. You can spend all day on Knight Queen A3.
Or not, yeah, depending on how things go. I have a very exciting dental appointment tomorrow, so it actually goes very well in pair with also trying to fix all the little issues that people find with my Grunfeld courses. All it's very nice, kind of a taste pairing.
I mean, getting 3 Grunfelds per round to help you plug your course is really all the players can do. Then if you don't cover any of the moves they play, at some point, yeah, it's not their fault anymore.
Yep.
Jordan is getting the pieces out. Do you have an opinion on going Knight BD7 so early?
Not a fan. Actually, do have an opinion. I'm not a fan. Yeah.
I was gonna ask it.
Yeah. Probably doesn't really lead to anything like truly horrible straight away, but does, I think, give White additional options, in particular CD5, Knight C3 in some positions, and especially if you choose to go A5. So yeah, I think it's kind of a very limiting thing to do. The position remains symmetrical and very solid, and White generally doesn't aim for a great deal too early on. So yeah, game has not been ruined by Knight BD7, of course, but a bit surprised by that decision. But I think Bishop F5, like if you start with Bishop F5, it kind of indicates that you maybe are not looking to play Knight E4 very, very early, or A5, all of which are absolutely legal moves there. So understandable by Jordan, but yeah, I prefer not to do it. And there are actually some positions in which later on it might even go to A6. So I think Magnus probably sort of quietly somewhat happy by how this is going, with how this is going.
It's a chess game. I would, from Magnus's perspective, maybe had something in store. But the thing you're worried about is DCB C5 and not getting a chess game. No, like,
yeah,
obviously, Jordan is a strong player, but getting a game is always step one.
Absolutely, and yeah, there are still some playable positions here, but like the nature of the play is a lot more forcing after this compared to the symmetrical positions where Black just tries to argue that it's solid. We don't need to, do anything spectacular to not be worse. It's often true, but not every single time.
Spills has a question for you. I would call it a leading question, but he's saying, Peter, do you think the Leningrad Dutch is still healthy these days? Still?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's less of a dig or a plug for my course, because for until 2014 candidates, I actually prepared and played the Leningrad Dutch as part of my repertoire, because I mean, it's not sound. It's not sound and never has been sound, in my opinion. But nobody really cares to study it because it's so rare. And if you show up with no, Dutch experience, so nobody really expects you to suddenly start playing the Dutch, and then you just play it as a surprise weapon a couple of times. It's very playable in those contexts, but not recommended. And in particular, I think, you know, there's definitely drawbacks to analyzing with modern engines, because I had to cover the bird for the course. And it was just shocking that, like, the engine just doesn't think white is equal in the bird. It's always like minus 0.25 by move 6 in every single line. And, I mean, it's a full tempo. Why wouldn't we equalize? But we, like, according to Stockfish or Leela, you just don't. You might equalize by move, I don't know, 20, but you've immediately compromised your position enough by doing this that you are fighting for equality. And it's kind of depressing to analyze when that thing is staring you in the face.
I don't know. There must be some Lawrence Trent course that can teach you how to play the bird properly, no?
Possibly, yeah. That maybe is what he was referring to on Twitter. I don't keep very up to date as to what Lawrence has and what Lawrence hasn't covered for Chessable. I do know that there was briefly a very exciting possibility for the hashtag for his 1b6 course, but that did not come to pass, sadly.
We were interrupted by something here. We should have a look at the current position. So knight a5, bishop a2, c5. c3 is somewhat rare. Bishop g5 here. Fabi combining plan. Maybe hinting the dark square bishop doesn't really contribute for the fight about the d5 square. So in a way, sometimes it's a superfluous piece. I'm not sure if you want to take directly or go bishop h4 here.
I'm also not sure
strategically it makes more sense.
Which is a bit alarming.
Excuse me?
I'm not sure we're still... Oh, okay, we're back now, because there was a lot of Fs in chat, which normally means that the stream is dead.
We're back.
Yeah.
People missed all these deep thoughts about the Spanish. Daniel plays queen d7. He likes this pawn. I would guess, usually you can make a case for just moving this knight away. Not sure if there's a tactical problem here. Knight e8 or knight d7.
Doesn't seem to be.
Exchange of bishops tends to favor black. Don't know if there's anything direct, but it doesn't look like it. He played queen d7, knight b2, and he takes the pawn.
Yeah, he played queen d7 with a very specific idea, as we now see, of just grabbing the a4 pawn and hanging on for dear life. It's an approach that has been pioneered by Evgeny Tomashevsky some time ago, but in a different position, of course. It wasn't here. It was in the knight b2 lines.
C1?
Yeah, bishop on c1 and then knight b2 lines. And when he first started doing that, yeah, c5, knight f1, ba. Yeah. Our first reaction, like our first collective reaction was, yeah, you can't do that. What are you doing, Evgeny? And then he kept on defending it kind of effortlessly. And then I personally lost the game to him in this position with the white pieces. So you definitely can. And I don't know if he's still doing that, but he at some point was defending that concept quite successfully for a while.
So this position is on the board. White usually can regain that pawn, but it might take him some time that black wants to use to organize play, especially with the bishop on g5. Maybe Daniel is saying you can go bishop c6, rook b8, and then make this a target. Not sure.
Yeah, bishop c2, a rook goes to b8. I don't know which one. Yeah, bishop. I quite like at least discussing bishop b1 because I think it's a critical try. Probably rook f, right? Because a6 is not hanging. It might be relevant in some positions. And yeah, there's no comfortable way to set this up. Maybe I can go rook a2 though. And now bishop takes a4 maybe is a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really understand. Like, I don't quite understand how you're supposed to, without just calculating or analyzing it for hours. It's very difficult to calibrate which of these positions are playable for black and which of these positions are, we've made a horrible mistake, now our structure is ruined and we will die slowly because it never gets, you know. There's no way to fix the structure here because a3 rook takes a3. So, and in the case of the Tomaszewski version of it, I can say it's fairly sound because at some point I did spend potentially days looking at it, and we couldn't refute it. We did find some ways to, you know, ask questions, but I'm pretty sure the answer to those questions was, if Evgeny knows the answer, it's a draw. This one looks incredibly risky strategically, but there must be a reason.
I'm surprised by the c3 bishop. But by default, if it's possible at all to move this knight, I want to do it here, just to take this option out. d7 or e8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's what they do in a lot of positions these days. You just meet bishop g5 with knight somewhere, ask the question.
Looks like the stream is a bit shaky. Apologies for that. Hopefully we can get it back up.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how Fabi replies to this, because obviously bishop b1 c2 is not forced, and I have a feeling bishop c6 maybe even is not a forced reply. So curious position. There's lots of other things you can do. Well, maybe not lots, but there's definitely some other things you can do here. Is bishop f6, bishop d5 completely ridiculous or somewhat playable? I guess takes knight b3 is annoying. Because if I get to take on a4 with the knight still stuck on a5, I think I'm incredibly happy. But knight b3, yeah. If I take and queen takes, I'm pretty sure black is completely fine. I was trying to find a way to kind of play around the knight on b3, just play rook a2 or. But it's just similar. You know, the knight can be traded off on d2 anyway. I just didn't like the queen on b3 and that, but there's not much difference. Not a huge fan. What else is there apart from those two options? Knight c4 immediately exists, but then we might not win the pawn back, at least not very quickly. Takes bishop c6, and black actually gets to defend it quite efficiently.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually there's the option to just ignore. Would not have won knight e3, but once again, that's with the bishop on c1. Here, I guess this counterplay against b2 can be somewhat irritating.
Yeah, with knight b3 included, killing off our wonderful bishop on a2 at some point. Intricate position. Intricate position. Have we discussed, like you briefly brought it up on the board, but have we actually discussed the Petrov, or are we saving the Sam game until?
I thought you wanted us to ignore it, so.
Fair enough, yeah, sure.
We'll do that.
Let's do that, yeah. Fine with it.
In Mamedyarov Duda, not much has happened. Yeah, he played h5 indeed after knight g3. And after bishop c4, he went knight d7.
It's very curious because it looks like he's just blundered the e6 pawn, but rook h1, rook c8, I guess, just works, right? Because otherwise you resign. But
how does it work? King d8, yeah?
Yeah, just king d8 and the bishop on c4 is gone.
This and would be unfortunate.
Well, rook takes, yeah, rook d7 is also fine, but yeah. Yeah, I just you cannot attack the knight on d7 efficiently enough, so you lose the bishop on c4 and you don't get much for it. Or even knight f5, king d8 with similar results, I guess, on a previous move. Maybe king f6, but I think it's probably king d8. I don't know.
Can't bluff Dubov. Duda.
Yeah, that's a different dude altogether, yeah. So yeah, Shakhriyar played king b1, and now you have to assume there's, like, apart from rook he1, which is always like a semi-winning threat, there's also potentially a threat of even the immediate bishop takes e6, maybe even knight takes f5 can be made to work in some positions. So young Krzysztof definitely has to play very precisely here.
We go here, what happens?
Yeah, probably knight e5, but then after bishop b3 you still have to...
Here.
Can I play rook he1 here? And follow-up question, do I want to? It's really weird, because hg is playable, but also bishop g7 might...
I want a bishop g7.
Yeah, bishop g7, and then maybe there's some argument that knight f1 is stronger than knight e2, but I don't know why that would be. Knight kind of wants to go to e2 and f4 here. Yeah, very complicated position to evaluate without doing some precision calculation, because as I think always in this line, if black doesn't lose any material by move 25, black is completely fine. But the way young Krzysztof has been playing so far is, at least optically, maybe the riskiest setup you could go for with black. Because it seems like we're defending the e6 pawn by tactics every single time. We're not really kind of developing pieces to squares which protect it. We're just trying to cover it by launching a counterattack, in a way.
There are questions about rook e1, bishop g7, knight f5. It's possible, but I don't think white is better here.
Yeah, this normally just ends up being a draw after like rook hd8 or something. Rook c1, probably. Yeah, these ones pretty much
These
all...
positions, usually you don't win, but maybe it's a valid try here.
Yeah, specifically with the bishop getting transferred over to f3, maybe there's a little bit of something.
Good point.
Yeah. Also, knight e5 not played yet, so maybe there is some other options. Can we actually start with h4? I don't know if it makes a difference, but...
This doesn't work?
I have rook h7 in the end, and I can't really figure out how we win. Because all of our pieces are sort of on ideal squares already, and it's difficult to exert any further pressure on the d7 knight.
Black's next, just rook c8, rook c7.
Yeah, I guess rook c8, rook c7, yeah. There's going to be some compensation, but... Yeah. I think we just have enough defenders here.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so maybe we can start... But the thing about the h4 is that, as we've mentioned, knight e2 is very much a move that we don't mind making as white, because we want it on f4. So how useful is it to just force it to go to the square is also unclear. And yeah, I think it kind of pays here to just wait for young Krzysztof to show us a move, because we could definitely continue analyzing, but much of it will be in vain, because he'll just play something else.
Between you and I, do you use his first name because you guys are so close, or just because you're so good at saying Jan Krzysztof that you get some pleasure out of it?
I do get a kick out of saying
it. I'd like to master it. Yeah, I don't think I can do it, but it is very impressive.
And apparently we probably should run some ads right now, because
we get issues.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on which probably needs fixing. So we'll say goodbye to you briefly and be back with this exciting coverage of round 4 of Tata Steel 2022.
Go to chessable.com/Peter and get a Chess24 premium account. In the meantime, we'll be back. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the Tata Steel Masters. Round number 4. Peter, I think we've tried to not cover the Sam Shankland game, but it's too attractive. I just can't resist.
Yes. I know that feeling. The only way to deal with temptation is to yield to it, as a wise man once said. So we're yielding here.
This line has been a bit of a thing recently. I recall Jordan played this against Friedman, and they tried to prove an advantage here. It's not so easy for black, but I thought what Rapport is doing was not supposed to be the way to treat it. Can't say I'm a giant specialist here.
Yeah, and honestly, the position that they got to right now seems like it should be completely fine for black, but maybe there are some issues with potential play against the d5 pawn or something.
This is Jordan's game, no? Isn't this Jordan Friedman, rook d1, f6 or something along these lines?
I honestly am not as booked up on this as you are, so can't say.
I'm not booked up either. I just recall that game. We can look up. Sorry, my co-host is not contributing very much. Which
what do you mean?
I'm sure is a feeling Peter knows.
I agree with neither of those statements.
All right, both kids are in the studio now. They're up to no good.
Okay. I have some alarming news here.
Family crisis?
No. But I wanted to look up something in the database, so I opened up the tab for the round on our wonderful Chess24 website, and there it is claimed that the opening with no name, the one we assume is the Schach versus Duda, is actually the Carlsen van Fore's game. So yeah, I don't know. I'm currently unsure who to trust, and Richie is not really a huge Petrov player, is he? And the website claims that this is actually the Mamizarov Duda position, the one we've just been discussing. It's not a Richard game at all.
Anybody with cams who can verify that? I was somewhat surprised by this, the way this Carlsen van Fore's game went, but everybody can play anything nowadays. So,
and also the Grunfeld draw is apparently the game between Vidit and Yesipenko. I told you yesterday.
What, did I trash Kayakin and Giri for no reason?
Yeah, and also now I get to tell you I told you so.
I took a victory lap already.
I told you yesterday that Andre will not have any issues against Vidit, and
so you were right after all. Wow. So everything we thought we knew about this round is just wrong?
Yeah, pretty much.
No. Hali is saying no, Giri wasn't in an interview.
Okay.
Let's slow down.
Okay, slowing down.
I stand by my victory lap.
Fair enough. Okay, and now it's back to being exactly as... Yeah, I'm... Okay. But that was an exciting 30 seconds for me because I thought I actually got something right. And
stop spreading all this panic. Vida Yesipenko game is also correct. Breathe in, breathe out.
Yeah. Wax on, wax off. Peter, we deserve apology, says Edward Sam. I am frightfully sorry. It is unthinkable what I have just done, and I promise it will not happen again in exactly the same fashion. Something else will happen, but that particular thing will not happen again.
All right. Chat seems to accept your apology, as long as you never do it again. Oh, someone to cancel you. Let's put this unfortunate episode behind us.
Yes, please.
So this game is Sam Shankland against Rapport as well.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e3 is sort of new? Or?
Let me look it up. I want to look up if this was the game I thought.
It was, yeah, it was. That's the European teams, and it went Rook D1, F6, Rook D5, Queen B6, and Jordan won some long technical game, seemingly.
Yeah, Bishop E3 played instead. I recall Jordan had nothing, according to him, in that game, so not too surprising to see a deviation.
Mm.
And Sam, well prepared, blitzing out the moves.
Absolutely, yeah.
And also trying to recall, what is the line they're playing with black nowadays instead of this stuff that Rapport did? There was some way to simplify. Because this, of course, is in one of the famed courses by Anish Giri. He gives this for white. But there was some line that simplified things even further. Because obviously in Team Carlsen, what we mainly do is we click through Anish Giri courses, and then we say yay or nay. And then we instantly forget about it.
What's the ratio of yays to nays?
It's usually just yays.
That's what I thought.
The only question is surprise value is high enough, since obviously we assume everyone watches these courses. So typically, but I think, trolling aside, I think that goes for all courses. If something's published and it's a wide repertoire, it's usually a nay, because there will always be a way to sort of neutralize it, and then you lose surprise value. Well, if something is published and it's a black repertoire, like the Peter Svidler Grunfelds, it's usually a yay, because you say, all right, yeah, this works, why not? Let's just make sure we don't get surprised there. I believe that's more how modern chess works. No, that with black you just decide on something. Of course, you still like some surprise value, but mainly you can clean up most lines.
Mm-hmm.
While with white, you ideally try to be, or the main approach is to be a little shifty and try to surprise yourself, because if you get opponents out of book in sharp territory, that's a more likely good result of the opening than having an objective advantage because they played a bad opening, which people usually don't do in super tournaments or world championship matches.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right, so Sam, knows the stuff here. I guess white wants to stabilize with
exactly. Yeah, I think it just goes to d4. I was looking for ways to actually try and collect the pawn on d5, but that seems unrealistic. Just pushing the bishop on d4, and then I guess switching the plans towards maybe more of some sort of a pawn storm on the king side. Rook e3, rook a1, and then try to get the f pawn running down the board somehow is more of a future focus here for white.
Yeah, if this gets taken, it seems like it takes a while to set up counterplay. Now this pushing the pawns takes forever. c3, I don't know. It makes this a weakness, but it also weakens our own pawn. I'm not sure if this is very realistic.
I don't know if that's such a great idea. On the other hand, like, white is not going to give mate in any kind of immediate future. So if you imagine black actually getting the pawns, I don't know, a5 and b4 here, it becomes extremely double-edged, but it's far away from it just now. Yeah, rook b1, for instance, already stops parts of it, because you might actually have to play a6. I don't know, rook b8 might be playable, and then continue trying to push. Even the trade on d4 hasn't happened yet, so we're obviously getting carried away a little bit here, analyzing the intricacies of this, but
even rook e8 hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. So how bad is bishop takes e3? Just so that bishop doesn't get to d4 at all.
Thought it speeds up white's pieces coming out too much, but of course it stops this idea.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I just yeah, the argument would have been that the pawn on e5 we can maybe launch some counterplay against, but I don't believe that myself. And just as I say that, he has taken on e3, which is quite interesting. Yeah, even queen takes is not ridiculous, I feel. Just trying to play f4 as early as possible. I think rook takes is more natural, but I don't think this is too stupid to mention.
Queen b6, do you actually take? Is that something?
Yeah, I was actually trying to calculate that because it looks risky, but then there's if we do take, I think there's a lot of counterplay against the white queen side, like rook b1, rook a8 maybe immediately equalizes everything. Yeah, I think queen e3 maybe is a little bit too fancy. There are some numbers being quoted in chat, but they are, I don't know, if that's the numbers for this tournament, the sample size is just too small. And it can't be career numbers, right? The 63 for Sam cannot possibly be the career average number of moves. It's a bit too high, even for somebody who really clearly likes playing chess.
No, it's in this tournament, no?
Yeah, and in this tournament, 3 rounds is just not enough, I don't think. Still, you know, we've discussed it during our round 1 coverage, I think. We clearly don't do enough of this stuff when talking about chess. There's definitely a value in providing more stats-orientated coverage. But yeah, just sample size too small. They're not going to be meaningful numbers.
No, also tournament organizers, they need this stuff, no?
Yeah.
Average number of moves played, decisive results, that kind of stuff. All they look at is Twitter followers, which can't be the only metric.
Oh, that's why I still get invited to the tournament.
Sure. Where you at?
I was
50K?
wondering. Huh?
What do you have, like 50,000?
I don't have 50,000, but I still, like, there's sane people out there who actually don't have Twitters. And, you know, their general quality of life probably improves by that, but they get fewer invites. So, yeah. Swings and roundabouts.
Mm.
Let me do some gardening.
Lorinda saying Jordan ignored 2 years of Jan bullying him to tweet and did okay. I did get him to tweet a little bit, no? Like, we did get him to tweet. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to reveal this. Probably not. But
well, we are here now, so
his times of tweeting might coincide with the times there were training camps, and there might have been a competition trying to get Jordan to post one very dumb tweet per day without making it too dumb or too silly to make it obvious it wasn't his own tweet. And yeah, there were some hits, some misses, but it was fun while it lasted.
I missed all of that, I think. Yeah, I would have enjoyed that competition. Sam takes with the queen. Yeah, queen b6 is the way to try to make sort of an immediate draw. I guess White just doesn't trade queens there. You can maybe go like queen d2 or something and just politely decline the trend, the trade whatsoever. Not sure what the square is, though. Yeah, d2 is one option. I'm just kind of worried I will blunder queen b2 somewhere and my entire queen side will collapse, which is why I'm choosing d2. But d2 is a kind of a passive square. Oh, he's played b6 without thinking.
b6? We can't predict a single move.
So far, yeah, Richie is very much being Richie today. So he's saying structurally he's just not worse. He likes to have a c5 square available for the rook, and he is not worried about getting mated. That last bit is a bit surprising for me, because I would be a bit worried the attack could start at any moment here. I guess a 4 queen d7 sort of stops it for now, though. And rook c5 a5 will be a source of some concern to Sam here, if he ever moves the rook away from the a1 square. Interesting.
Let's move on.
Yeah, in the two remaining Grunfelds, things are very, very different.
Homer.
Yeah, because Prague is playing something very sharp here against Niels.
Prague has clearly decided, okay, this is a rough tournament, but Niels also having a rough tournament. He's not that far away, rating-wise. Today, I have to go for broke, playing very sharply. Queen a3, h4, h5.
Yeah.
What's his position?
I think it's probably at least a bit better for White. Yeah, we just go 92 here, right? We never allow the bishop takes f3 trade. I think we insta go 92. And yeah, the fact that Prague was in time to trade away the knight on f6 for the bishop should be quite valuable to him.
Looks nice for White, no?
Yeah, it does look. I mean,
if
the queen was on d3, I would think Black is in tremendous amount of trouble. But even on a3, it's just that, like, I would like to have a knight on c4, but even c3, c4 is never going to be a bad move. And then the queen can go to h3, in particular if the bishops get traded. Maybe Niels doesn't trade here. Maybe Niels goes like, I don't know. But then, yeah, if you're planning to go bishop d7 here, I don't know why we've prompted 92. 92 does not seem like a bad move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I feel kind of guilty about this, even though I suspect Niels was not really.
Niels usually prepares for Wijk by studying some chessable courses, no? Like,
Yeah, I might owe him a drink or two here.
And there's a question: what the point of Queen a3 is? I'm also a bit confused because it looks like we're going c5 anyway. But the point is, if we go bishop e2, then it says knight b6. Queen.
Yeah, I'm giving knight b6 in this position. So, like, in a way, I feel like Queen a3 is specifically aimed at perhaps not allowing what I'm suggesting in the course, because c5 has been sort of the move even after bishop b2 for the longest time, but I think knight b6 is an interesting improvement there. And if you play knight b6 here, I guess bishop g5 is very annoying. That would be my assumption. So, you know, without wanting to sound too important, it does look like this is a novelty aimed specifically at not allowing what I gave in the course. Yeah, and seems to have given Prague a very, very nice position. Honestly, I quite like it. Maybe we do play bishop d7 though, and try to get the other bishop, maybe to some g5 squares later. But it's an iffy position for sure.
All right. Another Grunfeld news. Jordan is setting up this very solid, albeit somewhat passive question mark setup.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say. Yeah, that the Prague's game is incredibly concrete, and it generally devolves into a very long maneuverable. It's not the word I was looking for, but it's a slow game and a type of a game I think that Magnus enjoys quite a bit. White goes rook fc1, bishop f1. Black normally just takes on f3 at that point, and just claims that the structure is solid enough without really. I think you normally wait for bishop f1 and then you take.
Yeah.
Claims that the structure is solid enough not to have to worry, but Magnus has won games like this. Most recently,
has a clear plan, no? Even in these Avrov books, such positions were sort of recommended for White. I wouldn't be very comfortable here. I guess Black is okay, but you need to have some idea how to get to counter.
Yeah, and I think generally, if you just do nothing, you do get slowly in some trouble on the queen side. So they often play like f5, knight f6, e4, h5, h4, those types of. So turning it into a stone wall without the bishop on c8. And then it actually becomes quite sharp, because it becomes a kind of a race for time, with White clearly, you know, having a very clear defined plan of opening the files on the queen side, and Black trying in the meantime to launch something on the other side of the board. But all in all, it feels like much more like a game that Magnus will enjoy than the kind of game that Jordan will enjoy.
Yeah, agree, at the very least. It's a slow burn, which is very much Magnus's cup of tea. There's comment saying, get Jordan to tweet, but how much would it take to get Dubov to post on IG more than once a year? I think I told the story after we all posted these selfies when the match was over. We all posted the same. Well, it wasn't a selfie. We all posted the same picture from some Thai beach. And Laurent was very jealous of Dubov getting all these likes. And he told him, wow, you must be very active on Instagram. And Dubov said, no, I'm just famous. Which, yeah, was very fair point, because he's really not very active on Instagram.
Yeah. Also, I was very much impressed by, the difference in posture in those pictures, because like everybody is relaxed, and then there's Daniel standing with his, with his feet firmly apart, in this very kind of a fighting stance.
He's standing like Cristiano Ronaldo about to take a free kick.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there's a very
I guess
dramatic change in posture.
Make fun of him for being the only one having decent posture on this team. I don't know where to go. Ahmediyarov, Jan Krzysztof looks very sharp. But if Duda manages to defend, he'll just be fine, no? Very quickly.
Yeah, this is the problem with this line in general, is that the margins appear to be very, very small, and if you make a mistake, or perhaps not even if you make a mistake, if Black makes all the right decisions, potentially, you just end up with some pressure that just dissipates eventually, and you're left with nothing. I
haven't seen smaller margins since Mars attacks.
Yeah, this is somewhat curious to me, because isn't the meta right now Bishop e6 the moment d4, e4, knight takes, d4 happens in these lines? I thought that was how they were. Yeah, the one you have on the screen right now. Yeah.
What happens? Sorry, I didn't get it.
Well, this is they actually ended up with one of the more well-known sequences where, after knight b2, knight e7, this symmetrical d5, d4 happens, and I think they play bishop e6 now, and just solve their problems this way in these types of positions. But maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe this is not exactly the time to play it. But I felt like in many of these days, you just see this move, which appears to just equalize on the spot.
It's another one of those where I'm not exactly sure if it's with pawns on h3, h6, exactly. And so on. Yeah, here I'm switching on the engine just to check.
Takes. Yeah, sometimes you can actually take twice, and this is apparently one of those positions. But yeah, it's all very confusing. It's all very confusing. But I guess Andrei just knew, because he is still playing. Oh, that's not true. They've both burned some time. So what do we think about the current position?
Hard to say. We like white structure. We like Black's bishops.
Yeah, I think the
looks like Black should be active enough not to be in trouble. As a martial player, even if you lose this pawn, how bad can it be?
Well, white actually has some squares for. Well, I think there's a very important d4 post for the knight. So I think in general it's slightly more stable than what white gets in the martial positions. Yeah. But yeah, the pawn on d5 is still alive, so it's so far purely theoretical.
Currently, this is a threat, so we can't go.
Yeah, knight b5 would have been a good move otherwise. Yeah.
So what does white do? Queen f3. I guess knight h4 is somewhat.
You have to calculate knight h4. Yeah, probably does work. I was wondering if it misplaces the pieces enough that we can start taking stuff, but no. You have to go back to e2, and then it's just probably immediately equal with takes knight f5 if we want it.
Okay, scenario we do this, yeah.
Yeah, and we're not going to be much worse. Or any worse, honestly. Yeah, potentially an important decision here for Vidit, because if you don't play precisely, it feels like your advantage, however big it might be right now, might be gone, but maybe there isn't any anyway. And Fabi has done something interesting in the Spanish. He did play bishop b1, bishop c6, but he didn't play bishop c2. Instead, he went for kind of a very forcing choice of d4 and c takes. Basically saying there is no good way for you to protect the pawn on e5, so you'll have to make some concessions. But why is queen 7 so bad? Seems like a bit of a weird choice, because you're improving black structure. Now, even if you win the a4 pawn back, there is much less of a structural problem for black than it used to be without the c5 and c3 pawns. Yeah, I'm not sure I can immediately say why this is better than some of the things we've discussed. But looks very playable for black.
Yeah, I agree. Also, for now, black's still a pawn up, so...
Yeah. I mean, bishop c2 probably does win it in every single case. Like d5, bishop b5, bishop c2 probably very safely wins it back, but I just don't think white is better after, I don't know, knight b3 simply. Everything gets taken and we play, I don't know, rook fb8 or h6 and then rook fb8. Feels like a reasonably safe Spanish. I want to put the rook on some square like that, and eventually I want to start on the bishop d8, bishop b6 plan. Or get the dark square bishops off the board, also would be quite good for black. Yeah, seems okay.
Yeah. Surprising plan is d4. Unless there's something very specific, but what could be? It's not that many targets.
Yeah, I'm just...
Start with bishop c2, you still go knight b3? Or?
Yeah, I think I can still go knight b3, and or maybe that's a bit more interesting, right?
Wondering if there's some...
Take rook c1, yeah. And then things are hanging. We might have to give up the e5 pawn, that might be annoying.
How does this continue? Queen b7.
Okay, e7 is a good move. But still, yeah, maybe we don't actually have a particularly nice move here, and the pawn on b3 is in trouble. Yeah, that seems like it might be the possible explanation for previous play. Knight b3 is not forced, though, of course. Yeah, you can choose not to do that after bishop c2. I don't know, start with h6 maybe, and then consider. I don't know if h6 is even so useful, though. Complex position, and
sometimes leads to this bishop.
Exactly, yeah, that's why I wasn't so happy with it. Yeah, difficult to work out. Need more data.
Yeah, interesting position for sure.
Queen d2 played by Vidit.
Queen d2 makes more sense. Still allows bishop g3, but then with his knight still on g6, it could be a little something, no?
Yeah, he just wants to play b3, rook e1, and push, using the d4 square for a very nice base for whatever light piece he chooses. Does feel like it should be a little bit better for white, right? Just maybe not very much, but no way to fully equalize for quite some time yet. no immediate like choice for game of the day, right? It's kind of we keep on jumping around, but that's because none of these seem to arrest attention.
Yeah, there's no peak drama just yet. And obviously the kayaking Giri game ended peacefully in a position that has been covered in many a course, I'm sure.
Yes. This game I definitely don't feel any need to update the chapter on. This has been mentioned once or twice in the relevant parts of Volume 1.
Yeah, so this bishop d7. What is white going to do next? We'd obviously love to exchange light squared bishops, but that's not so easily manufactured.
Yeah, I think like c4 queen g3 would look logical, but I'm wondering if Niels is actually trying to play bishop g5. The issue with bishop g5 is that you probably have to go back after knight f3. Forcing knight f3 is not such a stupid idea because it stopped the queen g3 plans, but I guess white just plays queen e3 and also claims that we've improved our position a little bit. Yeah, so maybe c4 queen e7 for now, and then play bishop g5 the next move if white goes queen g3. Yeah, surprisingly unusual, like not the structure itself, but the structure coupled with the material left on the board is actually not, I'm not very familiar with too many examples of exactly this. The idea of playing e75 in all of these positions is very well known. Like Jan Nepomniachtchi has made a career of going specifically for this structure in a lot of lines, specifically against bishop e3, I think. But normally black has a knight on, or at least hopes to have a knight on d6, and white has a dark square bishop, and the absence of those two pieces is making me more confused than usual.
Hi, Bolya, Grandmaster Bolya. I'm not sure who that is. Yeah. There's nothing happening. Jordan, do something. Play g5.
Yeah, people are asking for us to explain the Duda endgame. It's very difficult to explain because it's just a theoretical endgame. You get there sort of by force, you know, as ridiculous as that statement sounds. Not here specifically, but at least like move 15, move 16 is still very much theory.
Yeah, this line is very much first computer line, even bishop g5. This h6 king e7, which looks somewhat counterintuitive as well, but it does work. And clearly black has a healthy structure. It's opposite color bishops, so if black can survive the first onslaught, the first wave against his king, then he's fine. And computers have shown that black can withstand said onslaught. So in a way, it's become a memory / calculating exercise more than, you don't need that deep understanding here. Black is fine if nothing bad happens over the next couple of moves. And that's what Duda is trying to make sure of.
Yeah, h4 is an interesting choice because obviously it weakens the white position quite a bit, I would say, at least until they can move the knight away from g3 and play g3 themselves. But stopping h5, h4 is clearly a huge, big deal, so he's willing to invest a full tempo and arguably worsen his position a bit to stop h4 and fix the pawn on h5.
Yeah, at least fixing the dude, yeah.
Yeah. Knight g4 is one obvious reaction here. The other would be knight g6. Both moves definitely make a ton of sense. My issue with knight g4 is that I don't know where it goes if white goes f3, and I'm not sure if provoking f3 is worth like 2 tempi just to go back. There is some point in provoking f3, but I don't know if it's a good enough point to do that. Knight g6 is a very straightforward move, just kind of asking how are you planning to protect your newly acquired weakness on h4, but there's a few ways. Rook d4 maybe. Also, maybe white doesn't need to protect it. Maybe white can just say, I'm fine with you spending 2 tempi to take it. Yeah, or rook d4, yeah. But I think if white has to play rook d4, I'm probably in favor of playing knight g6 here.
What else could black do? Bishop g7, we're not sure if we want that.
Bishop g7, bishop c5. I was looking at the more active placement.
Yeah.
That piece. But I think the problem might be that now with the pawn on h5 fixed, rook d8 might be a threat.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I was thinking we move, then this comes. I don't know if we can shoot our way out, but it looks, nah.
It's an interesting option, yeah, but like we don't have a particularly good square here, so
yeah,
feels risky. Jordan has done something cute, which doesn't really change very much, but it's a cute move to make. I mean, it's
also, it should be addressed. I'm reading quite a bit of Giri shaming for making another draw today, which
that's
nowhere has been a fashionable thing to do for years and years and years. But if you play a theoretical line with black, then it's always white's choice to make a quick draw. There will be quick draws available for white, pretty much every theoretical line. And usually in super tournaments, white choose not to do it. So you really can't give Anish any crap for this one today.
Yeah, just please stop. Don't be doing that. It's when it's specifically like a very, very well-known theoretical draw by move 10, it's always on white not to do it. And I mean, famously, Anton Korobov got a much bigger prize in the Saudi World Blitz, I think, by playing this line against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last round game in which both of them sort of needed to win. And Jan, after knight b3, played queen c7 so as not to make this draw, ended up losing, and then was very, very unhappy. So you can use it as a kind of a semi-bluff. But in general, it's never on black to make suboptimal moves to avoid draws if white wants a draw in more or less any opening. Interesting that Richie, first of all, I'm not a huge fan of e5, e6 in Sam's game. And secondly, would you play rook c5 there or rook f8 is my question.
Isn't black fine either way? I would not be worried.
Yeah, that's also...
Oh, yeah, I'd start thinking if I have winning chances with black.
Yeah, but also, what is Sam doing? Why is e6...
Make a draw, no? Rook e7, if rook f7 is a draw, I don't know. Probably thought it's not better.
Yeah, maybe he just doesn't...
Richie is scary in non-standard positions, of course.
Yeah. It's just a kind of an unusual decision for him, I think. He normally does not, minimize workloads and just plays whatever position he has until there's no play left.
Also, he did play 3 6-hour games in a row. Like, even for Sam, energy might be limited, and he's trying to simplify it a bit here. It's, of course, dangerous against Richie if he smells any chances. To mix it like rook e7. Can you try stuff?
Yeah, rook a5, maybe you can actually try something. But the feeling has to be that, like, if white goes h4 here, you still don't take on a2. Because then you might be in trouble after rook d5, rook d7.
Yeah. No, it's hard to believe black could ever be better, frankly.
Yeah. But also war.
Have enough play.
I think both of those things are.
No, what usually happens is this.
Yeah.
Nietzsche. Mala56 saying, here's the real point. Anish would easily be the best dinner party. Invitee? How do you pronounce that word? Invitee?
Invitee, I think.
Invitee?
Yeah.
Let's do rankings of best dinner party invitee. From first to last.
Out of which field?
All of these players.
All of these players.
I guess we have to discuss them individually first, and then do the rankings later. Magnus probably strongly depends on who you are and what topics you want to talk about, also on the mood.
Yeah.
He could just not talk to you, or he could be engaged and extremely witty, because this might not be a surprise. He's good at chess and all that, but he's very, very smart. Jordan, on the other hand, is very handsome.
He is a dreamboat.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jordan.
Vidit, I don't know very well, but he seems like a well-mannered, friendly young man who has a huge following on social and unsocial media. So it's probably good to befriend him either way. I can't say very much about Vidit. I once talked to him on, I think, in Batumi Airport. I think that was our only conversation. Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, I've had some dinners with him in Sochi, because we were staying in the same hotel and would run into each other during the dinner times, which were mandated basically, so you couldn't help but run into other chess players there. Yeah, he seems very friendly and very, very well spoken and mild mannered and all that.
Yesipenko, I don't know either, but I've heard from many a source, you included, that he's a nice guy, friendly young man.
Yeah, in particular, if your potential conversation topics include football, then he's your man.
Nope. Basketball?
Probably some basketball, but I think all of them are like, you can actually like put him and Magnus in a weird way in the same bracket. Like, if fantasy football can be safely brought up at dinner, then things will go swimmingly, because they are very, very into that.
Excellent. Moving on. Mamedyarov and Duda. Don't know either of them very well either, but Mamedyarov, I think he enjoys a nice meal. Some friendly bantering. See him around enjoying himself. No Mamedyarov, but I can't say I have much personal dinner experience with him. Mr. Svidler.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, there he is. He's back. He just stopped talking to us, which is understandable.
No, I was still replying. I just decided to see if people notice if I go off screen for a second. People did notice. I'm very pleased.
All right.
So currently we don't really have
Peter is avoiding the Mamedyarov topic. I'm a big fan, personally.
Yeah.
And Krzysztof, from what I hear from Hamburg chess club circles, he's also just a pleasant young man.
I still like, the issue with this is that we're going very slowly and we haven't really established any like favorites so far. Like,
We'll get there. First we sort the field, and then we do the rankings from 1 till 14. Next board, Sam Shankland against Richard Rapport. Chat is saying Sam could be very blunt. I think if you want some actual information, Sam is great. Not all these pleasant young men saying pleasant things only, but Sam is going to tell you like it is, no?
Yeah.
Peter had many a dinner with Sam. Mainly they were bickering about Fabian Caruana, as Peter has told us.
Bickering is exactly how I would describe it. Yeah, there was much bickering to be had.
Yeah, I like Rapport. He'd be high on my list. We've had some nice meals at McDonald's, airport McDonald's, waiting for flights. It's always very enjoyable to talk to Mr. Rapport.
Yep. Yeah, I think my early front runner is actually Richie so far.
Richie, wow, number 1 so far.
Did we?
Fabi Dubov.
Yeah. Or Dubov. Yeah. Also,
I've had so many dinners with Dubov that. Sorry, Daniel. I think that goes for all the Carlsen seconds. I don't think we're very high on each other's list, just because the topics have been debated. Like, I'm not sure how much more is to be said about a potential Demchenko-Bakro match. I understand it's a controversial topics and the battle lines are firmly drawn, but we've been through this.
Yeah, that clearly, but that's a kind of a you problem, right? It's not really like a general.
No, that's not on Daniel. I'm just saying, if from my perspective, if you've had millions of dinners very recently, Jordan and Daniel, I'm not sure there's anything new to say. Then again, would be nice to see them without the match stress. So yeah, Daniel, what is there to say? He's a very nice, very, very smart young man who does not shy away from controversial, or I'm not even sure if it's controversial, he just gives his opinion.
Yeah.
Which, I highly recommend having
quite broadly educated and does have opinions on a wide variety of topics, yeah.
He does know so much stuff. He's young. Like, he reads books, or I don't know how he does it.
Probably does read books, yeah, which is obviously a misplay, but nobody told him that yet. And Lorinda says, I'd ask Magnus what kind of dinner he would be. That's that meta has gone, yeah. That I think is a Dubai meta. We're in a different meta now, but
Fabi, very high on my list. Because Fabi, I don't think he reads books, which obviously on my list is a big plus. We can talk about common interests like horror movies, the Eric Andre show. That's pretty much it. But that should fill a bunch of dinners. Yeah. Fabi, whenever you're in Hamburg, let me know. Do you know that you can't spell American Dream without Eric Andre? Fabi taught me that.
I've been meaning to ask you since yesterday. What was that? What was it? Hang on. Andy Richter, the Swedish German. Because the only Andy Richter I know, or think I know, is the sidekick on Conan, is it?
Yeah, no, it's the punchline to one of these very long-winded Norm Macdonald jokes, where it's a story about a miner that comes to town looking for amusement because he's worked very hard, trying to find gold, but he needs some distraction. He's only a man, but turns out there are no women in town. The only way for a distraction is to hook up with Andy Richter, the Swedish German. The story continues for like half an hour, and the punchline is Andy Richter, the Swedish German. So after your excellent story time with Peter Svidler, I thought it was an appropriate time to reference.
It always is, yeah. I clearly...
Rest in peace, Norm Macdonald. That was shocking news. Still one of the happiest days, I think, of both of our life.
Exactly.
When Norm Macdonald very briefly followed us on Twitter. Like he unfollowed me like 2-3 days later, which I fully understand. I would have done the same thing. But you made us very happy, Norm.
Yeah. I legit freaked out when I saw the notification on my phone. I remember I just instantly messaged Jan with like a long string of letters which weren't forming any words. I was just sitting there thinking, whoa, that was a good day.
Yeah.
Is Prague winning against Niels, asks Pinaki391. Winning, I think, is a bit harsh, but we like Prague's position. I also like what Niels is doing, though. He has clearly realized that he should not be trying to do this without any counterplay at all, so he is at least hinting at playing f7, f5, which will allow Prague to open the h-file properly, sort of, and maybe even get the queen to h3, but maybe we don't get mated. Maybe we don't get mated, and if we don't get mated, maybe the game becomes a bit less one-sided.
Hang on, are we through with our dinner company list? No. Kayakin Giri. I don't think I've ever had dinner with Kayakin. I don't know well, but whenever I've briefly interacted with him, he's been nothing but friendly and pleasant.
And I think that's usually what people say, that you can and might disagree with his political views or his public persona, but that he's nice in person, no? Like,
yeah, I think that's kind of universally accepted, and lots of people have potentially maybe even very strong disagreements with him on some of the hot topics of the day. But yeah, in terms of personal experiences, I think you will struggle to find anyone who has anything bad to say about the man.
So basically, it's Sergei. No politics at dinner tonight.
Exactly, yeah. And then they still, of course, show up somehow. And
Anish, what can I say? He's good company. He's pleasant, witty, fast. I'm a fan.
Also, perhaps he doesn't eat that much.
I don't think he eats that much.
Yeah, that maybe comes into the equation a little bit.
I think he usually pays, which is also nice.
Oh, well, I mean, clearly, shooting up in the ranks is with every sentence you say here. So yeah, quickly becoming my favorite. Because, more food for me, and I might not even have to pay for it.
I'm not sure if he doesn't eat much, actually. I think he can eat as much as he wants. Yeah. No, enjoys Indian food. Who doesn't? So yeah, Anish high on my list. Pragnananda, I know nothing about Pragnananda as a dinner companion, or frankly, as a person, which is probably on me. I should do some more research. I've never met him. I obviously know he's a rising star and a fantastic chess player. I know nothing. I know Nihal. I know Nihal a little bit. Nihal Sarin, another Indian chess star. He says Pragg is a good kid, and since Nihal is a good kid, I have no reason not to trust him. But that's all I know.
But I think that entire, I want to say mafia, they're unlikely to say bad things about each other, right? They looks like they all get along.
I think that's because they like each other, not because they're...
I was going to say, yeah, that is possibly explained by the fact that they genuinely like each other. But I mean, that's just not a very interesting conversation topic. Yeah, let's invent a different reason. Perhaps they all have a dark secret that they are desperately trying to hide by pretending that they all like each other.
All right. So, Pragg, I don't know. We still don't have enough information about his dinner companionship value. Is he quiet, or is he talking like a waterfall?
Can't say. I played him in Riga, and yeah, it was a slightly maybe not that unusual, but like I offered a draw by the time. Like when I offered a draw, the position was completely equal, and I said, yeah, I might have been slightly better somewhere. And he said, yes, sir, I think you were completely winning. And I went back to the hotel, and yes, in fact, I was completely winning. So he was correct on that point, apart from being very polite and everything. So.
Did he call you sir?
I think they generally do, which is very, very disquieting.
Sounds like a Trump story. Like whenever I met a man this morning, and he walked up to me and he said, "Sir, I think you're a fantastic chess player, and you were completely winning." I don't know. We might have to.
Yeah, I can't even. I used to be very upset by these things and kind of try to fight them, but I've helped Kirill to prepare for candidates for like 2 years straight, and I still couldn't get him to call me. I mean, it doesn't exist in English, but like the tu vous thing in French, there is a thing in Russian which is the analog of the tu vous thing in French, like the overly respectful way of saying you and the normal way of saying you. And he still does the respectful thing, even though we've been in sort of in training camps and things for months on end, and I've given up. I'm old. People know I'm old, and people treat me as an old person. Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Can't be helped.
Thank you for that statement, sir. Now we have to look at some chess before we do the rankings. Jordan, as you predicted, took on f3, and now he used a little cunning to get the knight to c5 to e4 with maybe half a tempo gained, not sure, and made this stone wall that you mentioned earlier.
And he's actually playing it kind of very fast. He instantly goes g5 here. I'm wondering if you're supposed to allow this with white even, because g4 knight g5 might become kind of annoying, and you no longer really have any way to stop it, maybe. So, is Magnus planning
for ourselves is asking a bit much from the position? Or?
Yeah, I think that's not the thing. Yeah, h5, even queen e8 and then h5. I don't think you should be doing that, but I mean h3 or something maybe slightly early. Instead of rook ac1, you could have played like queen e2 on the previous move to have the option of playing f3. I don't know if it's a good option, but just to give yourself an option.
He went queen e2 now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure g4 is played. I mean, my question is bishop takes e4 a move? Either immediately or maybe with the inclusion of c takes and then bishop takes e4 next. Because I don't think we're taking with the queen, right? We're taking probably with this pawn. Now we go bishop e4, de, and maybe d5 here. That seems interesting, actually, for white, right? That seems like
it's dangerous, yeah.
So maybe that's the point. Or alternatively, we can even maybe do without cd, ed, and just take bishop e4, de, and d5 there. But I like...
Those are decent, no? d5 or queen c4, d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. So that explains what he's doing. And if Jordan can't play g4 here, then f3 is coming. What is better?
Yeah. So that might be the reason why Magnus isn't concerned with g5, g4 just yet. Because yeah, if you allow g4, knight g5, I think you're quite unhappy with white. It starts getting to the point where the threats on the king side become very real, like knight to g5, rook f6, rook h6. Genuine mating threats suddenly appear.
So it seems like Magnus in good shape. Vidit keeps slowly improving his position.
Yeah, so far just making the moves he was always going to make. b3 was clearly acquired, and probably rook e1 next, and then he will consider depending on where Andrei puts his pieces. I guess the biggest issue to solve here for black is what to do with the knight on g6. The other pieces sort of feel like they belong, but the knight on g6 doesn't really do very much.
Yeah.
And this is another good thing about the move b2, b3, because it stops knight e5, c4, which was one idea that looked attractive a moment ago, but clearly no longer viable. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'm kind of starting to lean towards this is actually maybe something tangible for white.
It doesn't feel like much. Whatever you try to do, it always gives some squares away. Signal h4 feels strange.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling to figure out where the pieces go, and this is normally, if you're still struggling after staring at the position for like 5 minutes, it's probably a sign that you're a bit worse.
Yeah,
because some sort of a solution normally presents itself by that point, if indeed a solution exists. Yeah, we seem to be very, very quickly getting rid of one more board, as expected.
Yeah,
I think both of them are
nothing
okay.
better here than the move repetition.
Yeah. Does seem like both of them are fine with this, and why wouldn't they be? It doesn't seem like there's much else in the position.
So they can go and enjoy a lovely dinner, maybe together. Did we get any info? I haven't been talking to people how things are on the ground in Wijk, if people actually go to restaurants or if it's mainly delivery services being used. What's happening there?
I haven't asked. I've spoken to Daniel a little bit on an unrelated topic, but I am now very hesitant to speak to him again because I think
restaurants are closed in all of Netherlands, we're being told. So I guess
yeah,
it's just delivery, and maybe in the hotel you can get dinner. Sometimes that's how it's arranged now. But That's a pity because we've established Wijk is long and full of terrors. And if you don't have this restaurant experience to unwind a little bit after the game, it's really tough.
Yeah, it makes it an even longer and an even more challenging tournament. Exactly, yeah. And you can't go to Berwijk to play snooker either, I assume. Which is what we... I want to say which is what we used to do, but we've done this, I think, exactly once in all of my years of playing Wijk, and now I'm remembering it very fondly.
Such a maverick.
Absolutely.
I think Daniel, he enjoys to go to Amsterdam, at least on if there's a potential of a rest day. But if all restaurants are closed, probably that is also tough to do. No?
No, I'm assuming trains still run, right? So you can go to Amsterdam.
Sure, but if there's nowhere to go in Amsterdam, it loses its appeal, no?
It's still something to do, which is not sitting in your hotel room. I think it's still preferable to doing the hotel room for day after day after day with no breaks. But yeah, obviously Amsterdam without being able to enter anything at all is less fun. Daniel actually made a very interesting move, yeah, because this appears to be a pawn sacrifice, right? Because d takes e5, you cannot actually win it back, as far as I can tell.
He didn't go for queen c7, as we talked about. He jumps, takes.
What's the plan exactly? Maybe takes queen. No, I'm almost losing my mind. No. Takes a knight of4, but it looks extremely strange.
DE, can we do that?
Yeah, but what am I talking about? Yeah. The explanation is a lot more, a lot more organic here. D takes e5 is actually playable. Yeah. Okay.
Fair enough.
We can go bishop e7, queen e7, knight e5, but that's probably less clear, right? I mean, less clear than the line I thought I was analyzing. Takes and queen b4 is very strong, I suppose. Yeah?
Counterplay.
Yeah.
Might just be good for black, no?
Yeah, I think it's excellent for black. Yeah, I just missed queen b4. Yeah, good solution. Pushing the bishop away and then not letting it land on g3, very importantly, just as you were saying. h6 bishop h4, white normally doesn't mind, because in these structures, putting as much pressure on the e5 pawn as possible is definitely one of the main themes, but knight h5 stops that by preparing to just snap on g3 if it arrives there.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Yeah. And nicely done, yeah. Seems like a very, very solid decision by Daniel.
Jordan has played g4.
G4 played, yeah.
Asking for it.
So the question is, can we actually start by bishop takes e4 anyway, without, because c takes d5.
Right, CD. What's wrong with it?
I'm semi-seriously asking you if queen takes d5 is a playable move.
Queen takes.
I understand it's extremely ugly, but then again, like, I am stopping your d5 play, and I am threatening knight g5. Normally, you would never dream of making a move like this, but maybe specifically here.
You have to. Interesting.
Like, normally you definitely do not want to break the pawn chain, but because we've kind of stabilized the knight on e4 and it cannot be pushed away, might be the best choice we have. Which is why the question is, can we take on e4 without taking on d5 and go d5 anyway? But that is clearly much less forcing. Like, black is much easier here to just ignore it, play maybe c5 or, I don't know, c5 probably not great, but I don't know, queen somewhere, e8, c8, whatever, d7. I don't really know which square.
Yeah, that's why bishop e4 DE was so nice, because all the files open for rooks, but I mean, CD, ED included.
Yeah. No, I think CD genuinely kind of forces queen takes d5, but it might not be a bad move.
Yeah, there are some unpleasant surprises to be avoided. Keep staring at it because it feels like there should be something obvious to do, but it's not.
I don't think it's there. Yeah, you can chase the queen away, but then you can't really attack the bishop or the knight on e4 again. So
we take. Okay, we're probably not better yet. The queen can go here. Yeah. Some shenanigans like this, but it's it feels strange.
Yeah, but I think all of this is playable only because we have a pawn on g4, but that's a very important detail, because yeah, if black has a pawn on g6 here, they probably just kind of lost after f3, bishop b2 and bishop f2 and b4, and everything gets pushed back.
So they're saying rook c5, b6, then rook c4. Black doesn't have to go b6, no?
Yeah, a5, a4 seems to be playable. Yeah. I'm not sure I'm enjoying this so much with black, but I definitely am enjoying this more than the position after e5, bishop b4, d4, d5, which I think is just lost for black, honestly.
And Magnus does agree with you. He does take on.
And also Jordan is doing something that I was going to bring up next at some point, but I was kind of not a huge believer in it. But Jordan apparently is. How good is this pawn sacrifice?
Fe?
Yeah.
He did that already.
He's played Fe already. Yeah, exactly. He's just. It looks weird, but it allows us to keep the pawn chain basically unchallenged, keeping the bishop on e1 somewhat passive. I think the issue for me here is that we cannot really play rook f5 and h5 quickly enough, I think, because rook a5, I think Magnus goes c takes d5 immediately, forcing us to open the c file, and then white will have options to start increasing their pressure.
So you need a move like queen e8 or whatnot.
Yeah, or maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, queen e8 is a good move, and then I guess the maneuver that just got mentioned maybe comes into play again, like cd5, ad5, rook c5, trying to soften up something on the queen side. Provoke either a4 so we can go before b5, or provoking b6 and then going back and going rook dc1. I'm actually a bit curious.
Actually, with the bishop on e1, it takes a long time to threaten anything.
Yeah.
Potential.
Yeah. I was wondering, like, it feels so ridiculous, but like if I play a4 and you actually play b4 immediately, which is not forced, but just to put that on a board, if I play a4 in this position, you play b4, I play b5. And rook dc1, rook f6. And then, like, if you imagine my rook from a8 getting to, let's say, the e6 square, I think black is just completely fine, maybe even better, honestly, because of how stupid the bishop on e1 is, and the king safety probably actually goes in black's favor here. But I'm just not sure we don't lose the c6 pawn here. I have a feeling that maybe white can swing the queen over to c2 quickly enough to never allow the rook to reach e6. I don't know. It's an interesting position. Very non-standard.
Yeah. b4 not forced, of course, but
absolutely not. Yeah, rook dc1 immediately is definitely a move there. For instance, or bishop b4 maybe, or rook a5. Maybe.
We have time. Could you make a case for just fixing this with b4?
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
So do this.
Yeah. And people are suggesting in chat that maybe white wants to go for a Petrosian king march.
Not sure.
Maybe, yeah.
Later.
Not immediately, but at some point it might become a topic. So yeah, well done to people suggesting it. Yeah, very interesting decision by Jordan. And I'm using the word interesting here in its original sense. There was a...
Jake Lone is saying, Jan, as former captain of the Dutch team and second of Carlsen, can you explain how Magnus only manages to get winning games against Dutch players in this tournament? Well, that's the normal way people do things. No, it might be a bit cruel, but usually in these super tournaments, you have one or two local heroes to, satisfy the local media, the local chess fans, and they're obviously the weak spots getting targeted by the sharks. I don't think it has anything to do with Dutch players in Norway chess, it's the same. He also would target Hammer and Tari, get targeted himself. Like, it's just where the tournament is held.
Yeah. Sebas 1202 says, poor Anish, local weak spot. Yeah. Magnus clearly recognizing early on who the fish in the field are and going after them.
Now he has a decision to make, taking his time. Clearly CD5 also not forced.
Yeah, absolutely not. You can play A4 here. You can also just play B4 here. I think it might not be the worst idea in the world. Trying to activate the bishop straight away. Actually don't mind that at all.
Chat. I am aware that Jordan is the defending champion, that Anish was playing the tiebreak for tournament victory with him, and that Anish scored +5 and +4 in back-to-back events. Doesn't change the fact that they're the local weak spot.
Always commit. Yeah, that's the one I was also looking at. Andre took some time on that decision and actually gave up the bishop pair just to simplify a little bit.
Yeah, I guess he wasn't thrilled about it, but maybe it's the way to go.
Yeah, still a bit worse. Bishop f2 is fine. I'm kind of wondering if I can also just play bishop f4 and ask how happy black is with the idea of leaving themselves with bishop on d7 against knight on d4. But with the way the black pawns are on the queen side, maybe we can actually just play those endgames quite unafraidedly. Not a word that exists.
Should exist though.
But if it existed, it would describe the state of the psyche of the black player here after all the trades on the f4 square. Is this the time we actually start discussing the challengers, or is it too early?
I don't know. Let's have a quick look around.
I've had some.
Against Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, it feels like it's actually going to become very concrete now, because rook c7 very much implies that Jan Krzysztof is planning to go e6, e5 here. And after that, white needs to create threats more or less straight away, or, you know, black will free themselves and be completely fine. So
better.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to a passive square and allow bishop c5 or bishop b4 or something, I think you can very easily imagine a world in which black becomes favored. If 5 knight takes h4 threatened or something like that. But I think it's rook d8. I think specifically white wants to go rook d8 here, and then it gets a bit messy.
Fearlessly is not a word, chat. It is unafraidedly.
But also, I mean, jokes aside, those are slightly different things.
I agree.
I mean,
non-scaredly, that we can accept.
Yeah.
Compromise.
Fearless is a more general kind of state of being, and I was describing a state of being specifically unafraid of this one endgame, not the like. Fearless is a much more general term, I think.
Also, does fearlessness exist? Isn't fear sort of useful to keep us alive? Then sometimes you overcome your fear.
I don't know about fearlessness existing, but fearless definitely does exist and is the main character of Cowboy Bebop.
I don't watch your cartoons.
It was a live action series. I did not watch the original, which is a huge misplay apparently. watching the live action thing and not watching the original. It was live action, Jan Madge, says Chessweeb.
I don't know much about anime, but I do know that Cowboy Bebop is a beloved animated series.
And Julio says, "No, Peter. Oh my God!" And that's a sentiment expressed to me by many a person who has heard of me doing that thing that I just described. I realize they are of my ways now.
It's common debate in my household. Do we watch Beauty and the Beast, the cartoon version, or the one with real people tonight? Usually, the cartoon version wins, as it should be with Cowboy Bebop as well, apparently.
Yeah, I will say that I think if you know pretty much nothing about the anime apart from the fact that it exists and is supposed to be good, the live action sucks less because you don't realize that they've mangled the original so badly.
Lion King live action I've never watched. It's supposed to be terrible, no?
Do not know. Do not know.
Anyway, we got sidetracked during our tour. Here, e5. Jan Krzysztof doing well. Now, Jarov has to be a little careful not to overpress, or maybe he already did overpress. So be a little careful not to lose. Karana Dubov has simplified what looks like a very standard position now. That should just be completely fine for black.
Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, we can spend a tempo on knight f6, but we don't have to. It seems like a very reasonable tempo to spend. We're attacking the e4 pawn. If white goes d4, d5, we get the knight closer to the c5 square, which is a very nice square to aim for. Yeah, appears to have no issues.
Perfectly fine.
No issues whatsoever, yeah. Death Note live action is literal comedy, says Chessweeb.
Watching Bebop live action instead of the original is even worse than taking your shoes off on a plane. Wow. Those are fighting words.
Those are fighting words, yeah, I'm making the same argument from the position of incredible weakness because, you know, those are all things that I'm apparently doing despite them being abysmally wrong.
Pragnanda played HG. He wants to bring some pieces over here, but is he breaking through? There's a lot of black stuff in the area.
Yeah, and talking about the Petrosian King March, I think black kind of wants to play something like Queen f6 and then King f7, e7.
Or on d6. Changer le bloqueur.
Yeah. And definitely black wants to start fighting for the h-file. But the issue, like, you really do need to start with something like Queen f6 here first, because King f7, I think, very, very strongly invites white to go with e5, gf, and then bishop h5 check. So you need to have the e7 square available for the king before you play King f7, I think. White probably goes long castles here, right? King f7. Yeah, my question was like takes, check, King e7, d6, check. How good is this? Probably an improvement for white, right? Compared to the positions where the king safely gets to d6. But I'm still not sure it's that great.
Double-edged. Who gets mated and what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the king, I mean, connecting rooks was useful, but giving mate on the b2 square might also be useful. Yeah, very unclear position. Very unclear.
Yeah, I don't think there's a Snow White live action movie yet.
I think there might be in the old Soviet times, but those don't count, obviously, because they, for all intents and purposes, they don't exist for the vast majority.
If I can't watch it on my Amazon stick, it doesn't exist.
Precisely.
All right, so currently we have 2 draws, 5 games still ongoing. Most interesting maybe the fight between Magnus Carlsen and his second Jordan race where you sacrifice a pawn. And now?
Imosuji is correct, no? Snow White and Huntsman exists, right?
But that's not based on the Snow White fairy tale, no? Like, it's a fair point. I didn't think of it. I thought it was a different story. Not sure. I've never seen it.
Chess Sweeps says the Hands Man. Yeah, I'm obviously
live action Snow White in 1955. We're all wrong. There's 2 parts.
For a second there, I thought
there are some, but not top tier. All right,
but that's not Shahunsky. That's Sashansky.
Yeah,
a whole different animal.
Pride and Prejudice and Zombies also exists. Not sure how true to the original it is. I've seen both. Obviously, I read Pride and Prejudice. I've seen the Pride and Prejudice movie with, is it Keira Knightley, or there's some recent version of that. And I've seen Pride and Prejudice with zombies. It's very true to the original. It's all the same story.
I like the nonchalant way you said obviously after I've read Pride and Prejudice. That's the way to go.
I do like my Tolstoy.
Excellent. Excellent. I made a vow to myself that I will take like 30-second breaks every hour to stretch.
Do it.
So I'm gonna take one now. You'll have to do without me.
We can't see the stretching. That's less fun. So in the Carlsen Fun for Race game, he did play c takes d5, e takes d. Obviously, you gotta keep the c file closed so the rook can't enter. Also, undoubling the pawns and rook to c5, looking for a weakness here. But Jordan has not reacted by playing a4. Instead, he's gone for a pawn to h5, asking the queen to decide on a square. If it goes to e2, it could be shut off from the king side eventually by rook f3. Magnus went to h3, keeping an eye on this diagonal, but now the queen, of course, loses contact to this part of the board for a bit. And according to the live engine bar on my screen, black is actually slightly better. I'm not sure that means very much to the players, but it does mean that it's not just Magnus a pawn up having to convert here. Computer is on black's side. Peter Svidler is back, freshly stretched.
Absolutely, yeah. Drawn and quartered. Yeah, it's a bit surprising to me because, yeah, I assume there will be some compensation, but the machine actually preferring black is much further than I thought it would be prepared to go. Because, I mean, the queen side hasn't really been removed from the game yet, and the attack on the king side is like in its very, very early stages, I would say. Like I don't really understand how you even launch an attack on the king side here without allowing something to happen on the other side of the board. So yeah, not sure why it's that great for black, but interesting to know that the machines like it. Yeah. Ellen Dill plays says Ivan Bishop is dead. Yeah, that is very much part of why it's playable for black, of course, but it's not, you know, it's just pining for the fjords. It's not entirely dead.
Pining for the fjords? I keep learning stuff.
What
does that mean?
I thought that was maybe like the one Python reference you would know. It is an X-parrot. It has ceased to be.
Ah, okay. No, never. Chess saying F2 seems weak, but F2 is well covered.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if it is entirely dead, it does a very good job of protecting arguably our one weak point. So in order for black to get somewhere, they would need to prepare and then push h4. And that requires a lot of work, considering that you still have to pay some attention to the queen side. I mean, I don't think you can afford to give up the a5 pawn as well, for instance. So you either play a4, allowing b4, or you play b6, and then the pawn on c6 will be troubling you at least a little bit. So yeah. White not being better here, I can very easily believe, but white being worse seems a stretch. I think it's more than that, you know, that white has absolutely no way to improve themselves, and black can easily sort of keep their shape.
Switching on the engine here to explain itself, but yeah, for now it says b5, also somewhat surprising move, and 0-0.
Yeah, that's probably the one move I would never make in this position, because it says a4, b4, and I would just be so afraid to create a second weakness on a5. That
let's create two weaknesses.
Yeah, and now it prefers
nothing
black.
You can do, yeah, like, which probably makes sense.
Now it's sort of
we chill.
Yeah, so it's quite amazing to analyze positions like this with a machine where all of the little, you know, phobias and the kind of the learned experiences that we rely on, it just completely ignores and says, nah, I've completely killed off the bishop on e1, now it really is dead. In fact, the first line is rook takes a5 in this position, which really justifies previous play for black. Yeah. Very curious.
Jordan taking his time here. Yeah, b5. Not the first move.
No.
To consider. But computer insists on playing b5, either here
or here, yeah,
or here. And it even says if you don't do it, you're worse. Like if you play normal move, rook f6 here, now it claims white.
I think the issue is, yeah, before a4, b5.
a4, b5,
yeah. That is just suddenly completely winning for white. So you kind of have to play against that by putting the pawn on b5 as early as possible. And obviously you don't want to allow
targets
bishop to get to b4. So there is a way to explain it in human terms. It's just specifically b5, not even driving the rook back from c5 is a very, very unusual kind of a move. Yeah.
A lot of talk about which Pride and Prejudice version is best. I must admit I lied. I didn't see that many versions. I think I started watching that Keira Knightley movie, but I couldn't quite make it through. Are you an expert on Pride and Prejudice?
I've watched, I think, the Colin Firth version more than once because
it's like a mini-series sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that one. Yeah, because I would like to sort of continue being married, and there was at some point I think a bit of a precondition.
Must watch Pride and Prejudice, Colin Firth.
Yeah.
Jordan just won. That's connect 4.
Queen f7.
We are experts at connect 4. Queen f7?
Yeah, Queen f7.
Computer doesn't approve.
Yeah. Specifically because you can no longer touch your b7 pawn because c6 is hanging, and white will now be able to open the b file by... Even though the best way to do this is kind of difficult, but you know, if anyone can find it, it's probably the person playing the white pieces here, because the first line on our screens right now is rook b1, followed by b4, followed by rook c5, c2, and then you take on b4 with the bishop. And then obviously things have gone kind of badly for black because files got opened, the bishop on e1 is really no longer dead, and you will get so distracted by the queen side that your attack is gone on, like you're never having an attack on the king side after that. But yeah, those moves aren't exactly easy. Yeah. On the topic
Plays
of
queen g2. Not on the list of moves, but the problem remains that there is no easy way to resolve this situation.
Yeah.
He's now threatening to take, so I guess he wants to provoke a4 and go b4?
Yeah, he probably wants to go b4, but the machine actually disagrees with that.
Machine doesn't like it.
Yeah, this is so weird, because this appears like we've made a lot of progress, but apparently we haven't.
What do they know?
B5 h4, it's
counterplay.
Yeah. It's actually that we removed the queen from h3, yeah? It really dislikes the fact that we left the h3 square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Magnus only wanted to leave it temporarily to force this a4, but maybe there's no coming back. Also here, yeah, h4 looks like a reasonable move, because taking, you get very scared. No, yeah. Machine says it's bad. I'll switch it off. Just wanted to get a verdict earlier. But yeah, this is a very complicated strategic fight, which, yeah, even for two world-class players, or the world champion and the budding world-class player, seems far from obvious what goes where and why.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite difficult to play. Quite difficult to play, and yeah, if you listen to the machines, both of them made serious inaccuracies in the space of the last two ply, basically. And both moves don't look horrible at all. I think finding fault with queen f7 is slightly easier than understanding why queen g2 is so suboptimal. But
yeah, the question why Magnus plays passively, but it's not a passive move, it's an attacking move. He covers this pawn to attack this pawn, forcing a4 here, after which he wants to open the queen side with b4.
Yeah. He is being very proactive. It's not a defensive move at all. It's just that there was a better option, and turns out allowing queen d7 is hugely important for black. But yeah, I don't think it's very intuitive that this is not good. And yeah, I think it is a very human decision. You overprotect f2, freeing up the e1 bishop, and you also kind of stop queen f3 ideas, which the move rook b1 doesn't. Even though queen f3 doesn't really create a threat, but still, you feel like not having to think about queen f3 is probably a good thing, which is why queen g2 becomes even more attractive. Yeah, I find it hard to criticize that move.
Grandelius blunder? Question mark. Blunder is maybe an overstatement, but I'm reading he made a mistake in the chat.
Yeah, if he has, it's very non-obvious. Unobvious. Not immediately obvious. Actually, second line on our screen, or briefly was anyway. So don't think it can be termed a blunder.
No blunder.
And yeah, I briefly just consulted my other screen to check what's happening in the challengers, because people were asking. Quite a few games finished already. Seems like people do want the rest day, but
Erwin, he's such a purist. Loves chess, no rest day needed. Slightly better here with black, because the white bishop is somewhat restricted by its own pawn. But of course, Morrison should not lose this idea.
Yeah, even though, yeah, just as you said, I feel like Erwin probably is quietly feeling very happy about his chances, because this is a kind of a position you can very, very easily lose with white if you allow some further, like in particular if you allow e5, e4 in a good version, or if you just like trade the queens down and allow black to consolidate and get the king to, I don't know, d6, c5, and then assume control over the a file. Lots of scenarios where suddenly you have to defend an annoying position. So yeah, probably
big draw between Van Wyn and Shuvalova.
Yeah,
is a good outcome for Shuvalova, who's 100 points lower rated than black. What happened here?
Yeah. I would
Gave
plug
the
my
pawn, but
course.
then had nothing better.
I would plug my course, but I actually don't give c3, c6. I thought c3, a5 was a clever move, so yeah, that's what I give. c6 is obviously not a mistake, but I wanted to be slightly more proactive there with black, and
why not c5?
I think c5 they can actually take. I think one of the big points of c3 is that they're quite happy just taking on c5, and you might have.
That's where it starts.
Yeah, of course, but I don't think they're very sad about this with white. But yeah, well, as to the game in question, of course, good result for Polina. I think she lost last night, right? So kind of a stabilizing result against a player who outrates her by quite a bit. Ooh.
Ruben Vogel, the German participant, is going for breakthrough here, but is it breaking the black position?
I think this may have more to do with the fact that he didn't like how it was going than with the objective merits of the movie 4e5, because the bishop is about to get to g6, and then the pressure against the white center is really, really ramping up. Feels like you might just lose the e4 pawn anyway, so he kind of jumps before he gets pushed. But I'm not sure this is good. I get the feeling that it probably doesn't work out all that great.
Stali is wondering what Vogel means in German. It does mean bird indeed.
Yes.
Max Warmerdam. That doesn't mean anything in German. With the white pieces here against Jumabayev.
Seems to be a very pleasant position for Max, right? Some kind of a dream outcome out of the Panov. Getting the grip on the queen side, no pawn breaks really available for Rinat here. The one big question is how you make any progress, but all in all, for now, I think he has to be extremely satisfied with how it came out.
Yeah, Max is a good theoretician. Lots of interesting opening ideas there. Today, yeah, after knight f3, of course, what you want to know is why not bishop g4? What did he even store there? Bishop e6, bit of a sideline here, and then c5. Oh yeah, interesting. Lucas van Forest against Jonas Bjarre. Some perpetual. This looks like some longish theoretical debate.
Yeah.
Not sure if all the way, but yeah, only some of the way.
Obviously entirely forced. Chess is a draw. Moving on, nothing to see here. I'm pretty sure we both know the next board, which opening this came from, even before you click on it, right? Just from the structure. Yeah, that's what I thought. Isn't this supposed to be slightly better now?
Yeah.
Because I think there was a time when this line was considered to be a forced draw, and then they found some way to keep the game going, and in fact put some pressure.
Yeah, even this line even fell out of favor somewhat. I think Mamedyarov and others started playing this seriously with white f3, just playing sort of slowly with the pawn down. It's not so easy. Black, they came up with other ways to make it more forcing, no? So
yeah, that you would know.
I think yes. I can't remember.
Yeah, that line, yeah.
I think yeah.
That line.
Ganguly goes here, who's a great theoretician. He probably thinks this is acceptable as well.
Yeah, he somehow he gave the pawn back, but in a way that I think the way they don't equalize is exactly the same structure, but with the white knight and the black bishop on d7 still on the board, and that bishop generally gets, it's just not a good piece. It has no active plans. So Ganguly, by choosing the move order out of the opening that he chose, ensured that he got to trade the bishop on d7 for the knight on f5.
Yep.
For the bishop on f5, but still. And same structure, but black knight against the white bishop doesn't look nearly as threatening, and should be a draw now.
Very certainly. Worked this out.
Yeah. And Marc-Andrea might be doing very well, or maybe black is holding this. I mean, white is, despite being a pawn down, white is never ever worse. But the question is, do we have enough of an attack on the king side to hope for just better than a draw? I'm not sure. A lot of material has come off, so maybe we don't
I
actually.
can just go queen c2 now.
Ah, yeah, that's... Hang on, but queen... Ah,
you have queen...
Check, yeah, well, queen f4 exists, yeah. Queen f4 exists and...
Rook f8, rook f7 or something.
Also, rook takes g7 immediately exists within the... Ah, no, hang on, there's queen g6. No, sorry, yeah. I'm losing my mind. But this...
Anyway, it didn't happen. No, I just forced the queens off, but it doesn't.
Plays queen d4 and just says, I don't believe there is an attack because the rook can come to f8 and cover everything. Maybe I was slightly over-optimistic about white's chances here. I still think white cannot be worse. Yeah, queen c7, rook f8, rook b8 if all else fails. Should be a draw, I think, because of how active the queen and knight are. Unless I lose the f2 pawn with checks. Yeah, if I lose the f2 pawn with checks, then maybe it's not a draw. Check, check. Maybe I have to play g3 here, which is less fun. Might still be okay, but definitely less fun. Yeah, I may have severely oversold how good white's position is.
All you can do is apologize.
Yeah, I regret the hurt caused by my statement. And our chat suddenly says, "Do this much better, up a pawn for nothing."
Let's jump back to the Masters. Well, yeah, the friend seemed to be Duda's friend.
Yeah, rook e8 is an unusual choice. Yeah, I thought knight takes h5 was playable, which is why I thought this was just a draw. But maybe knight h5, king e7 or something. Schach must have disliked something about the most obvious moves in the position. And now after rook e8, I mean, e4 comes to mind, but also maybe even knight g6 is playable. Rook e6, king g5, and claim that nothing is actually hanging, despite looking very shaky for now. Bishop c2 kind of worries me. e4, and then knight takes f5 of some sort. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's working for white at all. And chat confirms that knight g6 is the engine's first choice. Yeah, this still looks quite scary, honestly. Because if you miscalculate something and your structure starts falling off, you will regret many of your life's decisions. Maybe bishop c2, rook f7. Maybe that's the way to go. Just calmly protect everything and try to play h5, h4. And if we do get to play h5, h4, obviously the whole thing will immediately solidify quite well.
Yeah, this looks excellent. Also, if the bishop moves.
Yeah, rook f7 I just missed originally. I thought this was kind of scary. So it's up to...
So now they're playing this line for a win.
Yeah.
Times are changing. No, obviously, Mamedyarov tried to punish it and took some risks, which didn't materialize. And then, yeah, now it's Duda pawn up. Duda just playing excellent chess. No, it feels like just keeps getting stronger, keeps being better prepared every tournament we see him in.
Also has a very, very wholesome Twitter. Just mainly posting like little uplifting messages about his own games and saying...
It's a little too wholesome for me. Like, it's very nice. But where's the darkness, Jan Krzysztof? Maybe there just is none. It is very nice.
Yeah. Just posting, like, I think the entirety of his tweets on the topic of losing the tie breaks to MVL and not becoming world champion was so close. Hashtag so close. Which is a fair expression of some regret. The Fabi Dubov game will disappear very soon. Today might be a quieter round than usual, in particular because the Sam game has been over for about an hour.
Usually you can count on Sam to keep us entertained.
Hang on a second. Jordan just played the entirety of that's computer sequence, right?
Oof.
Jordan, good at chess. Hashtag good at chess.
No surprise there. Big surprise. He's good at rapid chess.
Why is that such a big surprise?
Not to me, but there were people, cynics, cruel old people,
haters,
telling Jordan that he's clearly wasting his time going to the World Rapid and Blitz Championship because it's Rapid and Blitz, and that he should take a nice vacation and prepare for his next classical tournament. But he proved all these haters, these naysayers, these doubters wrong, and had a fantastic event.
How fantastic we're talking?
I can't recall, but like performance-wise, it was insanely good. His World Rapid, maybe someone can look it up, but I think he played strictly world-class players and had like +3 or +4.
That's very good, actually, yeah.
I don't know the details, but it was really insane.
Hashtag Jordan good, hashtag cynics bad. No. Cynics in general are excellent, but...
Can't stand them.
Huh?
And people are saying that Duda's Twitter looks exactly like Peter Lako's Twitter would look like. I don't think so. I think Duda it's mainly uplifting little stories about his games and what happens to him along the way. Peter Lako, there will also be a lot of praise of other players and other people's games and how underrated they are. No, like
yeah, that seems fair.
Could be more.
That seems
more
fair.
uplifting, completist style.
Yep. No, this one actually might become very, very interesting now because by playing this way, Black kind of not abandons exactly, but
Lakers would be full of World Wrestling Entertainment memes. That'd be awesome, actually. I'm here for a Lako wrestling memes Twitter. Please, Peter Lako, we need that to happen.
Yeah, that'd be
amazing.
Yeah, I would create some sock puppets just to follow him more. Like, I would follow him on all of my main accounts and then create more sock puppets to boost the follower count. Mason's return says Peter Svidler, 7-time Russian champion. Oh, the burn.
8. How dare you?
The burn. Hubi Gabi says Duda's Twitter is not managed by Duda but by some company. Possible, doesn't take
Doubt
any.
it.
Doesn't make any of what we said untrue. Very uplifting, very wholesome. Full of things about Duda.
Sounds like he's writing the tweets himself.
Yeah, they don't sound fake.
Maybe it's a mix, but they don't sound like corporate.
Yeah. Very much enjoying the Magnus Jordan game.
I'm not sure if Magnus is.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Magnus, if white goes g4, we just instantly go h3, right? We cannot afford to allow g4 and h3 to solidify, right? Like h3, queen h3, and rook g6 or something, or...
Ale.
And now we go for the Petrosian round, right? We go king f1, rook g4, king e2. To stop rook g1 check. Why is this bad?
Doesn't look bad.
Looks very sensible actually for white, because we've pinned the rook on g4, the c6 pawn is still hanging, and the king on e2 kind of feels weirdly safer than the king on e1.
We're being told that that is what corporate wants us to believe.
Absolutely, yeah.
Point.
Hi, Zixo. How are you doing?
So what should Magnus do? I'll cheat just for a second. Yeah, g4 is the move.
And black actually, okay, h3 appeared on our screen for a second there. I don't know if it's the best.
And here, rook af8.
Yeah, just continuing to ignore it. It's really interesting. Yeah, it just like
now the run can be met. I don't know. It's all very.
I'm more interested. Like after rook a8, why can't I play queen g2 and h3 and say I now have 2 extra pawns?
Rook says you can, but we don't care. We don't really care what people say. That's really when it all started going down for humanity, when computers stopped caring about pawns, just happily giving 2 pawns to put the rooks there.
Yeah.
So yeah, g4 apparently is the move, but black has more than one way to be okay.
Yeah, and the other way would be to just go bishop f8, bishop d6 apparently, and just completely ignore the idea of putting the pawn on h3, because yeah, we apparently always have enough counterplay somehow with black there, even if that happens.
What's the clock situation? Sort of time still, but it's the type of position where time could disappear more quickly than expected. Both sides close to half an hour.
Yeah, and I mean the good thing for them is that it's already moved 29, so they did manage to bang out quite a few moves. But yeah, very complicated position. For instance,
Magnus goes BC. Also raises some questions, no? Because opening the B file for black, if we ever plan any king marches, probably not what we want. BC played. Yeah, why include that? That's a bit surprising.
Yeah, giving black an additional B file too.
Unless he thinks he has time to occupy it. That must be the idea, no? If not, you don't go BC.
Yeah, it's a very, very strange choice, but yeah, Machine hates it. Yeah, like really hates it.
But Machine is also weird. Why is this so bad? What's happening here?
Yeah, no idea. Mason's return. Thanks very much for gifting us up to Martin Benedict, who we know and love here. And yeah, welcome, Martin.
Let's move on from discussing Novak Djokovic. Did we miss? We haven't mentioned him. Did we miss a debate?
There was a debate?
He went to Spain to train, no? I missed all about it.
And now I'm going to spend the next half an hour trying to think of words that rhyme and failing.
Rhyme with what?
I need like anti-vaxxer words that rhyme with rain, train, and Spain. But I'm struggling.
Rain, train, and Spain.
Yeah.
How do commentators rate Duda's chances in the candidates?
Unvaxxed brain. I mean, I understand it's not how you pronounce the word, yeah, but unvaxxed brain trains mainly in Spain or something. Yeah, I don't know.
Peace Svidi, rapping career in the making.
and now chat will just suggest rhymes for me forever. Anyway.
All right. Back to chess. Sorry I brought it up.
Yeah, and apparently we just did not figure out the main problem with that setup with rook e6 and bishop c2, which is you can actually ignore the fact that f5 is currently being attacked and play h4, which wins straight away, pretty much.
That helps.
Just kind of ends the game.
Bishop f5, it's just hg.
Yeah? HGGF, and it wins, I suppose, yeah. I don't know how easy any of this is, because you have to give up stuff with check. But yeah, I think if you look at this position for a second, you realize that. Also, we're threatening rook h1 mate. I think if not for the threat of rook h1 mate, this would have been slightly less clear. But
I like this plan.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of the Bidget Dubov game yesterday. Yeah, the king just running towards the queening square. bit ridiculous. So yeah, h4 very strong.
Magnus, in the meantime, has played g4. Yeah, makes it more surprising he would throw in bc, bc.
Yeah, I'm very confused.
Always aware of details like this. And yeah, why give black to b5?
Yeah.
Was he worried about cb or b6? It's strange.
Yeah, I mean b6 is almost never a move, and c takes b5. I think you welcome it with both open arms is what I'm looking for. Yeah, because suddenly you have moves to make, and currently we don't really have very many moves to make at all. He wanted to break up the connect 4, says PUG, and that really sounds like the most probable solution so far.
Once it's connect 4, you lost already, so you can't break it up by just taking one piece away. It's a question if we think Magnus is the best player that ever lived. I know when I did these top 50 of all time player rankings with Peter Heine, with all the obvious disclaimers that, yeah, you can't really compare eras and all the great champions are great and so on. We put Magnus on the second spot, spoiler alert. I guess you say spoiler alert before spoiling. But yeah, since then he's won another World Championship match. I'm not sure. To my mind, yeah. It's close, but I would currently, I guess, have him second. Then again.
Yeah, I think it is sort of by this point between him and Gary, and my answer has always has for quite some time been that currently, yeah, I would probably rate Gary still above Magnus, but that might not be true. Not only forever, but even for very long still. And yeah, in the meantime,
curious though, no? Because Gary won 6 World Championship matches, and Magnus, at the very least, he's saying he probably won't play a 6th. Isn't that? Yeah. He's not going to try to catch Gary in that metric.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we've sort of steadfastly ignored this topic, or at least haven't discussed it properly in the first 3 rounds, because I feel like I probably shouldn't be putting you on the spot, because of all the people I could ask, you might actually have some clarification on this, which, because, for like, when I say whatever I choose to say on the topic, it's like completely pointless and as such completely harmless. I have no idea. My opinions have no meaning and no relevance.
No, but I don't have much to spoil like everyone. I didn't listen. I think Magnus did an interview or a podcast with his friend Magnus Barsta, where he mentioned that. I didn't listen to that. I only saw the transcript where he said, yeah, that he probably won't play another match, paraphrasing, unless the opponent is Ali Reza. And I think recently he's repeated that that's how he feels. It's also not a secret that he's wasn't a big fan of the World Championship format, and he didn't enjoy the process that much. But on that, I have little to say. I knew this was a thing that was out there before Magnus spoke on it, but there's not much other than that I could spoil.
Yeah, I mean, he was, less vocal, but he was already saying things like that, I think, even after the New York match. Not the London match against Fabi. So yeah, clearly this is not just some, manufactured clickbait. It's something that he definitely thought about and feels quite strongly. But I still, it's just such a leap of imagination for me to imagine somebody just abandoning obviously happened before. We have examples, but specifically the one example we have is somebody who was much less adjusted than Magnus is.
Yeah.
And kind of somewhat unstable, which is not something anybody is saying about Magnus at all. So, just such a weird idea to even discuss. But that obviously from a standpoint of somebody who kind of always dreamed of playing a match and never did, and it feels extremely weird to have the option and not exercise it.
Yeah, I can't really speak on his behalf there. Obviously, I do think it's possible to understand that it's sort of diminishing your returns after you've chased the title. I'm sure he also had the dream, and then you defend it. Like 4 times you win it, once you defend it 4 times, and you realize, okay, I really don't enjoy this process, the tension, the stress. So I can understand where that's coming from. I do not think, once again, this is just my own theory, that he thought very much about the situation. It puts the other players in for the candidates. I don't think he wants to put pressure on Ali Reza or demotivate Fabi or all these things I've been reading out there. I think he was just saying how he feels about it at this point in time, and no idea where it's going to lead to. It will give us plenty to talk about.
It's very good for generating column inches for sure, but I'm very unsure how to even think about that. It's just a bit of an alien concept there. Yeah. In the meantime, Jordan gave up the H pawn and played Rook F8, which is, I'm really impressed by his play today, I want to say. This may not have been the best solution with the BC included, but just the fact that he realizes this plan exists, doesn't go for the G4 pawn, just opens up the H file and then continues improving pieces, continues just playing slowly, amassing more and more forces on the king side, playing with a lot of imagination today, and much to be praised there, I think. Also, apparently all of this is entirely sound, which is maybe relevant to the conversation.
Magnus wants to reach 2000. He has to play more aggressively than today. I don't know. You could maybe question some of his moves, but this is very aggressive to get a playable position that is, where there's no direct options and where there's tension, where it has the 2 bishops. I mean, I don't think we can question his will to win here. And aggression doesn't mean, especially in Magnus's case, but generally, to play a long theoretical line that is sharp. It's actually very often the reverse nowadays, where you get position with pieces on the board and some unbalanced.
Yeah. It's often actually the exact opposite, just as you said. The aggressive approach is to try to avoid theory altogether and just claim, I'm a better player than you, just give me a position to move pieces and I'll beat you. And this is what he is basically trying to achieve today. And so far, Jordan is very much up to the task here. Chad is asking what's the difference between Queen G2 and Queen G3. I think the difference is Black probably goes Rook H6 and Rook F8, F3. And by playing Queen G3, you give Black an additional tempo to play Rook F3. So I think it's kind of illogical, because why would you gift your opponent more time to make the moves that they want to make anyway?
By the way, if you're Magnus here, you have to be very worried. No, like I can read on my screen, I have the engine running that 0-0, but it looks insanely scary to looks in your face, especially if you can't run with a king. Can you run like
you can, but it doesn't run very far. It doesn't really run very far, and at some point you have to switch. This probably doesn't. And now Rook F6, Rook H6, and interestingly, you cannot take on C6 here, or at least it doesn't really like it very much, because I guess we whoa.
What's going on? Rook H6
and then
Queen B5. Ooh,
whoa,
that's not easy to spot.
Yeah.
You don't feel very happy when these things do happen. Oof. Computers, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Do they know things? Yes.
They know things.
They definitely do know things. Yeah.
Also, I guess if you have aggressive intentions, you can never win such a thing with white. But if
this is a draw,
one could be thinking about bailout here. Maybe you calculate something like this and think it's a draw. Rook h6, not an easy move to spot.
Yeah, very, very missable. In particular, because there is an option there for black, which is very safe. I think if everything else loses, you're likelier to find rook h6. But because you just have an immediate draw, if you don't see it, I think you might never even go looking.
So rough spot for the world champion. Objectively equal, but it feels like, yeah, he's the one with the tough decisions for now. Well, Jordan is sort of saying, take my pawns, I'll throw everything I have at you. I now have some easy moves to make. Rook to f3, rook h6, other rook targets the h-pawn, or the g-pawn. It's impressive stuff from the 22-year-old Dutchman.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And he's keeping himself in very decent shape on the clock. He's slightly behind on the clock, but not by much.
And he's not burning all his time here for the
And these are not very easy decisions at all. I mean, there's been a number of decisions already which could have taken a lot of time. But he's been solid while also, not allowing himself to fall too far behind, to get into too much of a horrible time travel. In other news, is Young Krzysztof just winning now after rook e3? Rook e3 was actually the computer suggestion there, but I think maybe e4 was not the best, because I think there was something cleaner. There was maybe some quiet move here which was winning.
Compy says this was winninger.
Winninger, yeah, because knight f5, rook c2, knight g7 doesn't help anyway. Rook takes f2 is completely winning for black, I assume. And like the threats just remain. And after e4, yeah, now white goes knight f5, and you can definitely imagine not winning this position because you'll have to return the exchange. And yeah, black is still much better, but if the king side entirely disappears, it's probably a draw. So you have to actually preserve the pawn on h4 at all costs and try to win the pawn on g2 somehow. And that's not a given that you manage. But obviously still, a very happy position to have with black by move 30. No complaints, but there was a cleaner solution earlier.
There's a question, chat, that you probably know. Is there a mythology with a giant goat?
Definitely some.
Should be, no? Sounds like in Greek mythology there should be some goats. Sorry. It's very hard to reach the mute button when I have to sneeze in time. I apologize.
Yeah. I've been trying to do something else, but yeah, apparently it's been done already.
Chat is saying, how do you say Zeus in English? Zeus? Zeus
Yeah,
is the goat.
Zeus, yeah.
Zeus probably is the goat of gods, no?
In some ways, but if we take it more literally, I think there is some in the North mythology, which involves
OP? That are more OP than Zeus?
Which specifically features giant goats.
Ah, okay, like
literally. Not the goat in the current goated sense, but like the ones which are the horned animal.
Do you hear this? Why would you have heard this? But they shot this movie, Don't Look Up, where Jonah Hill, funny guy, Jonah Hill had a lot of scenes with Meryl Streep, who arguably is the greatest actress of all time.
Okay.
So Jonah Hill kept calling her goat on the set for 3 months in a row. Turns out that Meryl Streep, not familiar with the expression goat for greatest of all time, was mildly surprised why this young punk would be calling her a goat for the whole shooting.
Yeah.
Rook G6 played.
Yeah, I remember I sent Sergei Karyakin a message which just said "GOAT" after he got to the finals of the Sochi World Cup, and then I kind of slept on it and issued a clarification because I thought I suspect he knows, but like maybe he doesn't know. So I would like to clarify that I'm not just calling him a name which is quite offensive in Russian.
So do you think that Karyakin making the finals of the World Cup made him the greatest player of all time?
I thought it was a very big achievement. And I thought it merited actually sending a supporting message.
Rook G6, pawn to G5 played by Carlsen.
Yeah, still
He's
fine.
Not going for this H3.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to sort of extend the same idea, go to G5 and H4. And shockingly, this is still sort of fine for white, but also fine for black in a lot of very surprising ways, at least to my eyes.
It's a complete mess, no? I mean, it says 0-0, but either side winning this would not be surprising at all.
Yeah.
Rook F3 makes some sense. I guess I should switch the engine off. It's so hard to say anything. Because it said Bishop F6, H4, and white is better, if I saw correctly.
Yeah. The line was currently giving was like King F5, sorry, King F1, Queen F5, and then
here of H4. Now the computer's
H3
off.
apparently.
We
yeah,
go Rook
and that was the other one, which was extremely surprising because it goes like, hang on, how does it? Because white at some point white got to take on C6 and then somehow not lose the rook on C6 because of the rook G4 threats. But I can't work out how that happens. Like rook C6 here takes rook H4. Why don't we lose the queen? Such a confusing position.
Chess very tough. F3 takes.
Yeah, chat says, yeah, I think maybe it was King F1 and then somehow weirdly, instead of rook C6, weirdly not rook takes H4. I think it may be King F1, Bishop F8 or something. And then takes, rook H4. And it's still okay for black because they get to play Queen H7 next. And even in that position, there's enough counterplay, which is quite something. And I was about to once again expound on the topic of leeway. And I got further messages on WhatsApp last night from our dear, dear friend Lauren Trent, who continued insisting that his friend called Li Wei is a real person. And it is very hurtful that we refuse to believe him. And also he informed me that you've been ghosting him on WhatsApp from very, very specifically 21st of May 2021.
Okay, that's not that long. It's not even a year.
Yeah, I didn't tell him that, but I thought, yeah, that's less than a year. What are you complaining about?
Out of coffee.
Do we want the coffee?
C5 plate. Also, I should maybe. No, I'm not sure. I shouldn't read out WhatsApp messages. No, that's because I'm very worried that I look like the bad guy here. If people saw the messages I'm actually getting from Lawrence Trent, you would understand.
Yeah, I get the feeling there might be some sympathy. A lot of people are very disappointed in the young Polish player for not being utterly winning anymore. He might still win the game, but yeah, I mean, he spent some time on e5 before. He clearly realized this is not as... Whoa! He's probably back to being completely winning now, though, right?
Why?
King g5?
Rook e5?
But that is just completely lost, right?
Ah, it's just lost, yeah. Huh.
I guess he wants f4 check. I'm pretty sure he wants f4 check, but...
Okay, let's go through it. So rook e5, you take and you
just queen the h-pawn.
Yeah, no, that one is not very tricky. The question is, how do we meet f4? And this one, let's try knight takes f4 actually. Rook e5, we take on g4. Rook takes e5, we go h3. Rook c5, c4, I guess. Rook f8. Is this winning or no? Definitely not worse for black, but maybe not winning, right? It seems like there might be enough counterplay. Because if you have to take on g3, this might actually be a draw now, as I mentioned. Like, if you trade the queen, the king side, those positions generally just are straight up drawn. But I assumed king g5 was winning. There is an additional try, but I don't know how good it is. This. And now, whichever rook goes to e6, I wanted to go like bishop d4 in this position and try to keep the rooks from reaching the e5 square. But once again, it looks very double-edged. Might backfire. Like king d3, for instance, annoys me greatly.
Yeah. Now, this is not a winning attempt, is it?
No, it doesn't look like one, no. So hang on, has it? It's very strange. Because I'm pretty sure apparently just a draw now. And bishop c5, a huge mistake, apparently.
Yeah, that's pity for Duda. It looked like well, he obviously was winning, but also looked like he would win, frankly. And picking up a black victory against a great opponent like Mamedyarov is, of course, not something that happens every day. We've given him a nice boost.
Yeah.
No?
He'll be quite upset with himself.
He'll be unhappy.
Because surely he will realize just how big of a chance he missed here with... Pretty sure he kind of knew he was close to or just straight up winning somewhere around h4, rook e3, but just couldn't find the final cleanest solution. And once that position with the pieces against rook was reached, it already felt like it might not be the easiest to win in practical terms. And now apparently it's just entirely gone.
Okay, so this should be a draw. Let's get back to the game du jour. Carlsen versus Van Foreest. Where g5, rook f5 is on the board.
Rook f5 was not...
That wasn't the computer move. I guess h4 will come.
Yeah, h4 should happen.
Then it will be a bit tougher to shake the structure, no?
Yeah. Why has he played rook f5 exactly? He probably wants to play bishop... He probably wants to sacrifice on g5, right? Either bishop f8 and then bishop e7, or perhaps bishop h6 and then just take on g5 straight away. The issue probably is that by taking on g5, you pin your own bishop and white has more time to prepare taking than you would think, because the rook on g6 is hanging. So like I go king f1, bishop takes g5, and I'm not obliged to take yet, because you can't unpin yourself. So I spend a tempo on something useful. I don't know, king e2 maybe. And then the queen escapes and there aren't enough checks.
Still a mess.
Ah, rook takes... Whoa, okay. That is very cute. h4, and after bishop h6, rook takes e6 wins. That's a bit of an oof. And then rook c6 and then queen g7, yeah?
That helps, yeah.
That's a bit of an oof. Okay, so we go bishop f8, bishop e7 then. Or at least we try to go bishop f8, bishop e7. But now I'm beginning to wonder if we can just leave that rook there. Probably it's not the best way, right?
Should fate played.
Yeah.
My hand keeps
exactly
warning this, but it's not great.
If you want to do that, you probably start with king f1.
Yeah. Even then, it's not great.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Let's see what he does. Nothing wrong with removing the rook, I guess, no?
Yeah, we can still do what I was trying to describe.
The trick still works.
Yeah, but we can go bishop b7, so that is alive, but White probably can still taking a fun king g2. I'm a bit worried about c5, queen b5 check ideas, but here we can take with the rook, so yeah, it has to be on the previous move, I suppose, but it's very slow.
I can get here, but it's not a perpetual even though.
And Andrei Yesipenko, after a very, very long think, went for a very concrete idea there. So I understand this is very exciting, but we could maybe try to calculate that. Because if he is wrong, he might just be lost now. He took on c3 just now, and I'm wondering what his reply to bishop takes h6 is. Queen g3 loses to takes on bishop f4. That's the easy part. The difficult part is trying to calculate what happens after rook takes g3. And there I wanted to try playing queen f4. Bishop f4, queen b6 check is why this, this is not as bad as I originally thought. But what happens after queen f4? I guess we can go queen c5 and rook g6. Yeah, he's fine. Okay.
Hanging in there. All right. Let's stay here for a bit. This is exciting.
Yeah, of course. This is by far the main game of the round. Was just briefly worried for the young man. Yeah, Magnus just went back to c2. Bishop b7 probably gets played very quickly. And then, yeah, this is the question. How do you react to the idea of bishop takes g5? Do you have to react to the idea of bishop takes g5 at all? Would a win here take Magnus over 2900?
No, it's currently 2865.
Ah, I gotcha. If I told you this question came from Dodgy, you would not have replied to it.
No, I know it came from Dodgy. He needs an answer. So if he wins this, he wins what, like 2 points? That's 2867. I'm not sure the tournament has gone so far for him. I guess he's about breaking even until now with 2 out of 3. So now a win here is not enough for 2890 or 2870. But it would take him closer.
It will take him closer, yeah.
Bishop e7 played.
Kind of struggling to find a move to even suggest apart from king f1, which is weird because there should be some other moves, but maybe
he's currently on 2865.3. So if he wins today, he's probably on what? I can't do math. 2867.7 is my best guess. Maybe a bit more. Sorry, I interrupted you. What's the line?
No, I'm just saying I can't figure out what else to play apart from king f1, which is, I mean, should be incorrect. There has to be more than one move in this position, but I just can't figure out what the other moves are.
So it looks logical enough, no? Like everything's lined up to trouble us on the G file. Run to D1. If you make it there, even if there's a check, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and I feel your pain, Isaiah. It is very, very disheartening what is happening to you. Black still has to take on g5, right? You've sort of hard committed to that. Although queen b7 might be... No, queen b7, queen g4, that doesn't work. Queen cannot possibly leave that diagonal to allow for queen g4 to happen, I assume.
Check.
Yeah, rook e2 and Somewhat weirdly, after
but even if we heroically concluded this walk, there's not that much happening here, no? Then we start cashing in.
Yeah. Position remains extremely weird, I have to say.
Magnus, taking a moment here. Still has 15 minutes for 5 moves, so it's not exactly time trouble. Plus the 30 seconds increment per move that they get.
Yeah, the only other option I see would be to put something on the B file for the future and then start running, but I don't know that, like, of the moves, let's say King F1 and Rook B1, I feel like we always need King F1 and we might not need Rook B1 at all. And also if you play Rook B1...
Six such a useful resource, no?
Yeah, if you play Rook B1, Rook takes G5 might actually become a playable option, which it currently, I don't think it is. So yeah, it feels like Magnus is just kind of double and triple checking, but extremely likely he goes with that anyway.
Great.
Yeah, in the meantime, Young Krzysztof decided that playing the 2 against 2 is not very exciting, so let's just kind of make an immediate draw by giving up a bishop.
Sorry, he didn't play that. That was just me. This is what happened.
Yeah. Should just be a draw after H3 and Rook F8. I can't really imagine White losing, but... He's even gone F3. He's even gone King F3, which is kind of similar, trying to unpin himself and get a move on. But leads to very similar positions anyway. After, I don't know, Rook D4 or somewhere. Yeah, one thing you would hate to happen in this game is something similar to what happened to Dubov yesterday. Although it's not really a very fair comparison because Daniel was never actually winning in that game. It just looked like he was.
Yeah.
And Duda definitely was winning at some point. But yeah, kind of...
Yeah, it's the usual. It's hard to stop yourself from playing for a win after you were completely winning.
Yeah. But what would be kind of important not to actually lose this position with black? I don't think it's very likely, but kind of...
Yeah, it's sharp now, no? And Shakhmatyarov is a fantastic endgame player, especially if there's calculations and potential initiative. So yeah, the trend is his friend. But the H-pawn is there.
Yeah. Both commentators pronounce Young Krzysztof differently. Please, Dix.
No, Peter is amazing at it, and I've expressed my admiration for it many a time. I'm trying to get as close to the correct pronunciation as I can, but I'll never be that good. I understand it bothers you, because it does bother me too. I will have to live with it.
Not enabled in this channel.
I would like to apologize. I think what we can agree on is I just call him Duda. I think I can do Duda.
Yeah, I've switched to just calling him Duda at least occasionally, just to show solidarity.
That's nice. Mr. Dodgy is saying it's pronounced Duda. All right. The H is silent.
Yeah, I tried the JKD, but it doesn't really...
JKD is wrong.
Yeah.
Also, I think of JK rolling, even though I understand it's not JKD, but no JKD.
No.
Why is it so bad, Compy boy? Rook somewhere, H3, and... Oh.
H3 now we apparently have lost somehow, because the H-pawn just doesn't queen. It just looks like it queens, but it doesn't. This is +3?
That's what it says.
Holy moly. This is not good.
So here, black has to start making unnatural moves, which should still survive, but you don't go for this thinking it's a winning attempt to then start dancing like this.
Yeah. No, this is, on the verge of becoming a very, very kind of a traumatic, potentially very traumatic event. Because, losing a position like this is just going to be so unfun. He hasn't lost it yet, but does look like he needs to start defending very, very precisely if rook b4 happens. All the other moves appear to be much less threatening, but rook b4 specifically, which I think is a very playable move here, because you do want to attack as much as possible. Generates a lot of potential problems for black. And rook d5 played. Magnus actually hard disagreeing with our assessment that king f1 is
b2
the way to go.
He allows this trade, rook g5, hg, rook g5.
Yeah. Which, I mean, the king actually gets to the queen side, but the engine somehow is not that worried. I was kind of surprised. Because, we take and we start running.
No, we don't.
No, we don't actually. We could. It doesn't really spoil anything. But the point is, it gets to g2, but it doesn't really... You would assume that starts creating problems for black because the rooks start roaming free, but the engine finds ways to play around it. And Prague probably is much better against Niels. A game which is actually very interesting, but we've been kind of ignoring because of how interesting this one is.
This could be a turning point, no? At least in computer lingo, king f1 was winning and rook b2 is not winning.
Yeah.
A lot of drama.
Yeah.
And making progress here. We gotta stay with this one, at least until the time control.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like hang on a second. Let me just check what the clock says. Yeah, they both have plenty of time there yet. Like the proper time travel hasn't started in Prague's game, so we have to watch this till move 40 at least. The good thing for Jordan here is that it really doesn't feel like you have a choice.
This is just bad. This looks like a choice. Then the move is king f1. Which,
yeah, but that really begs the question: why haven't we played king f1 earlier? But
because you could think maybe I'm winning after bishop g5. No, that's like...
Yeah. And rook b4 has been played, and Duda replied by playing h3 almost instantly. So he is now in genuine trouble. Which is kind of weird because even knowing the computer evaluation there, I still don't quite understand why the position is as bad as the machine says it is, which I think probably is a bit of a giveaway as to why he is making the moves that he is making.
Yeah, this...
yeah, like figuring out why rook f8, rook b7, h2 is bad for black is like really stretching my... Okay, yeah, rook h7, king g3, and now apparently king b3 is far and away the best move here, generating checks from c3 and c2, and that just wins the pawn on b2. Oh, sorry, h2. Yeah, did not see king b3. We'll be honest with you. Did not.
Feeling Mamadjarov will though.
Yeah, if they get to that position,
41 even, which is unlucky.
Yeah, it's also going to be move 41, which is kind of important. If it's move 40 and has a minute, who knows? But yeah, move 41, you get there via exclusion, if nothing else.
All right, poor Duda. Just from a completely winning position to a somewhat better position to refusing a draw into losing this. It's tough.
Yeah.
Jordan van Foreest, the 22-year-old Dutchman, the surprise winner of last year's edition. Here in a tough fight against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Jordan van Foreest worked for Magnus Carlsen during the last world championship match, so obviously they know each other. But I don't think this game has much to do with their knowledge of each other. It's just a brawl. Carlsen just played rook b2. Computers do not approve. They want to see king f1 with a large advantage. After rook b2, they say that this position would now be equal. And yeah, fun for race, trying to decide if he should go for it, if he should take with the bishop. Big decision to be made.
Yeah. But I think once again, he is just going to be helped tremendously by the fact that pretty much everything else loses to rook cb1, and then the rooks start invading, and you will just not get a chance to do it again because rook b8, rook b7 will just win material in reply. So it's kind of a situation where you might not even like the position after rook takes g5 very much because you're not sure that you have enough counterplay. He took with the bishop.
Yeah, bishop g5. Now that's a distraction. You have to see that king f1 is winning here, because if not, you might be winning here. Bishop g5 played. And now, after king f1, computers say white is back in the driver's seat. Still a mess, though.
Yeah. And I think what is very missable there, and what, for instance, I miss. No, this is completely lost. You take with the other rook, because here you allow queen c8 check. This is what he probably thinks is fine, is that he kind of locks the queen down, and it never leaves the cage. But machine says I can play queen d1, and there's no mate, and the king will very safely run away via e2 and so on. Yeah, like
even here it seems like it's random only moves, like rook cb1, the only winning move.
Not very random, but yeah, strictly the only move that wins. Yeah, remarkable, honestly. So yeah, missable.
Because Magnus has to spot king f1. Every other move loses. Stakes is high.
Yeah,
Will he do it? He hasn't blitzed it out, and it's not the type of position where you go for a casual stroll usually.
Yeah, very dramatic finish.
Understandably, is hopeless.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to just make any other move. Yeah, king h1.
Just feels so wrong not to walk towards mate.
I think the trick is to, like, maybe you want to play rook cb1 right now, but that probably loses to like queen g7 or something, I guess, yeah, or queen somewhere. Creating the idea of just replying to the check by interposing the bishop and then winning the queen on g2. So
you robot overlord is saying now we see if Magnus has engine brain. I don't know, like bishop g5, I think king f1 he's a big favorite to find, but yeah, the engine brainwave was to
yeah,
king f1 here directly, and yeah, here he's played king f1. So
yeah, I just gave a speech on a very similar topic and was wrong, so I wasn't so sure here. But I did want to say that you're once again tremendously helped by the fact that you have very, very little choice.
Yeah, if everything else loses.
So why not play the previous move? I think he probably thought that he is still much better after rook takes g5. That would be my guess. I think he felt, and also like the fact that Yarden didn't play rook takes g5 confirms that over the board, they probably both felt that the king runs away and then the pawn c6 falls.
Jordan goes queen a7, threatening a check here. But now we are revisiting this plot point that the king is sort of safe here. Queen d3, rook d2, and it doesn't continue.
King e2 apparently strictly the only winning move now, but once again, sadly for
this check.
Yeah, sadly for Jordan, hard to make any other move here. Why is queen g4, queen a6, rook e2 not winning? Queen, this is so beautiful. This is very missable.
That'd be rough.
Yeah, this is
very lost.
missable. But the thing is, king e2 is winning, I think, comfortably enough that Magnus, I think, is likely to just go for it because the king on d1 is just completely safe. Rook d2 just solves all of the potential issues, and then you
start. Spotted this trick, right? This queen g4 trick. Still 9 minutes for the world champion. Move 38 to be made, so he has to make 3 more moves until they reach the time control and get extra time.
Yeah, what Zambit is saying, and this is why I asked you this specific question, is that if you don't see queen c8 and you're choosing between king e2 and queen g4, you might actually choose queen g4 because if in queen c6 doesn't exist, you just win immediately. There's just the game doesn't continue. pretty much, because you take on g5 and black has no recapture. But yeah, queen c8 does exist. And Magnus,
queen retreats along diagonals are the easiest moves to miss.
Yeah.
So this is still a big moment.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Deeps is saying queen g4 was my instinct too. There you go.
Yeah. And in the meantime, yeah, Niels' horrible tournament continues because his position appears to be completely busted now.
Sorry, we're staying here. We'll catch up with everything else after the time control. Yarov also on move 41 has to play this king b3 in order to win.
I don't know how to answer that, Jake, because it's a weird decision. I think mainly he didn't like rook takes g5. I think he didn't think he had equality after rook takes g5, and he wanted more of a mess. So I think, like, the way you've posited the question, it's kind of a gamble, but I don't know if he believes the gamble will work. I just have a very strong feeling that he thought rook takes g5 was losing, but slower.
And what are we talking about?
Why bishop takes g5 instead of rook takes g5?
Yeah.
Pretty sure he's not playing for a win.
I don't think you gamble. I think they make the best moves they can spot.
Yeah, I guess we kind of disagree on this, because I think he made this move to create as much of a mess as possible, because he felt that the other option, I mean, obviously very much depending on whether you can even use the word gamble in chess context, but what I mean is, even if he doesn't believe this works, he just thinks the other thing loses slowly, but will not give him any counterplay for the rest of the game, and this creates a position in which a blunder is possible.
Yeah, if you think the other option is losing slowly without any hope, then it's not exactly a gamble to not go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's very much, yeah. And yeah, Shah took about 2 minutes to go king b3.
Yeah. Yarov will win now, which is obviously incredibly tough for Duda. And Magnus still taking his time.
Yeah, he has time, and he knows it's an important decision, so he is doing the right thing here, managing it properly.
Mega Minish is wondering if Lucas van Voorhees is Jordan's relative. He is.
Whoa. Okay. So now after queen a6 check,
queen
he needs to
play it. Now after queen a6, if rook e2, queen c8, black would win.
Yeah, king g2 is still okay after the check.
Not the intention, no?
Probably not the intention. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, it's unclear.
Big spot. Oof.
Yeah, very, very dramatic conclusion to
sum
this.
Up. In computer lingo, king e2 was winning. You just end up winning this piece. The king runs away. And after queen g4, it's a draw if the king goes over here. Once again, according to computers. But rook e2, the move you want to play, which looks winning, loses to queen c8, threatening a discovered check after hg rook f2. And that's where we are. Queen a6 check is on the board. It does very much look like Carlsen is intending to play rook e2 here, which would lose. And also the speed with which Jordan played queen a6 indicates he's seen this queen c8 resource.
And queen e2, we just take on h4, or there's a tactical solution as well?
Apparently, queen c8 is also...
Yeah, because the endgame is a bit worse. Not much worse, but I guess a bit worse, because yeah, c6 is still a bit weak, and yeah. But yeah, Magnus not insta playing anything here, I think is good news for him, because if he was ever going to blitz out a move here, it was probably rook e2.
Yeah.
And then he is in big trouble.
The bad news for him is it's too late, at least in terms of an advantage. It's gone. It was there in the last move. And there's still 2 moves to make till the time control. Drama. King g2 draw. Queen e2. Queen c8. Tricky move apparently draw. Or queen takes e2. Playable endgame. Roughly equal. Rook e2. Queen c8. Black loses. Yeah, since Magnus paused, it feels like this was his intention, and now he's all of a sudden realized queen c8, and he has to shift gears.
Yeah. Yeah, people are asking to show us to show the line after rook e2, queen c8. If the queen goes somewhere, I'm guessing many things win there, like queen g3. You can actually ignore the fact that the bishop is hanging because there's a very strong mating.
Stuck here because the king has no way to run.
And after the check, we can even go rook h6. Yeah, even queen h4, rook h6 was also working.
Because queen just trapped. Poor queen. No space. Okay.
Yeah, of the
thinking, probably shaking his head. Lion Ping is wondering if king e2 was so difficult to calculate for Magnus. My best guess is he's trying to win the game, and he's giving it his best shot.
Yeah, I think it will be fair to say that we've seen him I mean, once again, small sample sizes, blah, blah, but we've definitely seen him in better shape than he's shown. I mean, he played very well against Anish, but even in that game, he missed a tactic. Ended up not costing him anything, but he did miss a cleaner solution at one point. He twice missed a tactic against Yesipenko in round one, so he's been playing well. He's on +1. I don't think he is like horribly disappointed with life, but yeah, we've definitely seen him miss fewer things.
No, yeah. I agree. It's small sample size. Even if we take the match into account, it feels like his positional play or his hand is as good as ever. But yeah, the calculations, it's always so easy to say. Also, computers keep getting stronger and stronger, pointing out whatever humans do wrong. But yeah, the calculations, clearly, some things have been missed. He can still dominate by, class. But today, so far, some things have, escaped both sides. And big question now, what's he going to do? Queen e2, rook e2, king g2. Also, why king g2 is a draw is not obvious to me.
Yeah.
But we'll take the computer's word for it.
Here's the point. Yeah, I've actually saw the solution. You can actually go rook g6, g7, and the fact that the f1 square has been taken away means that you can't actually take on f5 because bishop f4 is mate. Well, not mate. You can give up the queen, but then sort of mate anyway. And he's gone king g1, which is very similar, I guess.
G1.
Yeah. Rook 7 once again.
Or I'm pretty sure.
And I guess once again the trick is after rook g7, if white goes rook b8 check, there is bishop d8, which is also, I think, missable from a distance, but shouldn't be missable now. But first we need to see if Jordan sees rook g7. Or c5, but I think c5 is a much harder move to make, honestly. I think this is the kind of a move that you just mistrust much more. If you see rook g7 and you play rook g7, I think it's kind of your hand.
Like c5, it feels like gives the queen further tasks. Very curious. What's the clock situation? He has 6 minutes, 2 moves to make. Gotta cover the rook. What's the most natural move? King h7? Does that make any sense? Then queen f5 and bishop f4.
Queen takes g6. Yeah, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work.
So after c5, queen f5, bishop f4. This is still check.
Yeah, this is just a perpetual, because we can give a check from a6 and white. Yeah, rook e2 here apparently is not very exciting for whichever reason.
It's being random zeros. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess queen e6 is the most human way to make a draw in that position. Anyway, yeah, still a very important choice here for Jordan. I'm guessing queen c8 now loses to rook b8, right? We can no longer go back to that solution.
Yep.
Which is also kind of good news for Jordan because it pushes him very hard in the right direction by giving him no choice. the rook is hanging, something needs to be done about the fact that the rook is hanging. So
must cover rook.
Yeah. Oh my God, Rachel Green says that this tactical weakness, relatively speaking, for Magnus is why I wouldn't think pick Magnus is as good as pick Kasparov. And specifically, Magnus's game is well suited to the current era where extra sharp play is kind of discouraged by how heavily everybody studies openings. I would have to think.
Also has to be said that, yeah, tactical quote-unquote weaknesses are under a lot more scrutiny with engines having superhuman levels, which they didn't have, at least not throughout Kasparov's career.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if you do an accuracy comparison move by move that it would show. Kasparov was more accurate, although maybe that's unfair because Kasparov had a sharper style, arguably, which leads to more mistakes by both sides. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think I agree that if you think of Magnus, you don't think of tactics as his main strength. You don't get to 880 if you're not good at calculating where things
go. But I mean, as a kind of a, you know,
Rook G7 played.
As a kind of a long comment on a difficult topic you see in Twitch chat, this one is impressively sort of salient and well reasoned.
Sure.
Might not be 100% precise, but yeah, that's a decent argument. And apparently White can even make a draw by blundering Rook B8, Bishop D8, which is good news for Magnus, which means that he has some
salient, well-reasoned Twitch comment. Chat takes some offense.
Some offense was meant.
Was this line Rook B8?
Bishop D8, and then we just take on D8 and give up the queen, and apparently we don't lose.
Do we have to go Bishop D8? Well, King H7, this is a check, so not a lot of choice really. A Rook F8 takes.
So Bishop D8 only move, Rook F8 only move, because King H7, Rook D7 is kind of important. And now they go Bishop B4 check, and then they take and go A3, and they say, haha, even this is a draw. Which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
In a very unfunny kind of way. A minute left for Magnus, but only one move to make. And apparently both Rook B8 and Rook takes C6 are fine.
This is not fine.
Yeah, this would be a bit of a problem.
Checkmate.
Shevchenko asking, why doesn't Chess24 show player cams? Because we're a guerrilla broadcast. We are very much bootlegging it up here.
No, we obviously have the rights to show the moves, but not the rights to show the cameras, which we had during most events recently, but not this one. Apologies.
Yeah, Rook B8 played, so yeah, Bishop D8 once again. An easy move to make because everything else resigns immediately. And we are going to get Magnus to ask, Magnus will now, will now have to answer some questions about believing in fortresses, which is something we all enjoy, obviously. A whole subgenre of...
Oh yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, the whole subgenre of... Magnus
King H7 would be a bad idea because of this little nuance. Like you can't take this, you take this.
This is a very upsetting comment, Yugoi, because I very specifically used the word guerrilla, and you're still comparing us to TMS. We are the the test match so far of chess broadcasts, which for legal reasons have been renamed Guerrilla Cricket.
You're thinking. He's not going to blunder King H7, is it?
Nah, not happening. Also move 41, so definitely not happening.
Maybe he just went to refresh himself a little bit. Yeah. They made the time control. Yeah, what a fight. Looks like now, yeah, Rook of 8 is on the board. It's unlikely there will be that many surprises. Also doesn't look like anybody has winning chances here, no?
I think black has some. If you allow the king to get to like h3 and the queen to e2, that might be mate, but obviously white will have something to say about that. I have a feeling the way this ends up being a draw, actually, from what I've seen on my screen. Although, yeah, maybe just this and rook h1, rook h3 is good enough, right? Yeah, this is just the way. Yeah, just get the rook to g3 and then the game is over.
All the squares,
yeah. Because I think also the machine, at least for the time being, was suggesting that it might be a draw if you give up on a3, pick up on c6 and give up the bishop for the a pawn and put your rook either on g3 or maybe on f4. But that would be a risky way to make a draw in this position. I don't think you would do that if you had a choice, so yeah.
Okay, so still some play. It looks like will be a draw eventually.
In the meantime, yeah, Vidit actually... there was draw agreed in seemingly a very playable position in the game between Vidit and Yesipenko. Somewhat.
Because black was better now. Maybe Vidit sensed things have gotten out of hand. Let's offer a draw.
Yeah. I mean, more interesting is why the offer was accepted, because it seems like black is a pawn up and shouldn't really risk very much, but...
He had to put knight on h8.
Yeah, I guess he just didn't believe in knight h8 giving any advantage, but... The machine does suggest this is good for black.
So draw agreed there. Already out of Duda.
Yeah, Duda is just sitting there thinking, why is this my position?
Duda. Not a happy camper today. From a winning position to end up here. Yeah, that's gonna sting. And now the worst thing is you have a rest day, at least if he could play tomorrow and try to get all this anger out. But yeah, that's a rough spot.
Not enjoyable.
Yeah, Fabiano Caruana against Dubov, we haven't even mentioned, I guess it's been over for a while. It was gonna peter out either way.
Yeah,
Draw there.
We've announced that.
Gayakin Giri has been over for a couple hours. And Pragnananda versus Niels Grandelius.
Yeah, seems like a kind of a positional masterpiece the young man is playing today. Just got everything. Diffused the attack on the king side, got the light bishops off the board, completely obliterated the defenses on the queen side. I mean, rooks on b7 and a7 are a very pretty side from his viewpoint. Less pretty from Niels's. Yeah. Rook a1 apparently the cleanest here, yeah. Missable move.
Okay, so it looks like Pragnananda will win. Niels Woos shall continue. Yeah, Duda having the rough stay at the office. And Carlsen, he won't be happy that, yeah, he missed some chances here today against Jordan, but now currently he should be concerned with holding this position.
Yeah.
Should we use a chance to... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was gonna go for a break, but complete your thought first.
No, I just wanted to say that having made all of these moves, I think he holds very comfortably because it's really not difficult to get the rook to g3. I thought black might have, although queen e2, rook takes c6, and we also never lose. So yeah, we just do this. We go rook h1, h3, g3, and if the pawn on h4 gets lost in the process, we don't care. We really care about very little after that. Just need to secure the king against potential mating threats, and then it's just a very, very easy draw. Game shouldn't really last very long, honestly, from here.
All right, so we've made the time control the 4-hour mark in all games. It's 1 minute. past 6 here. Which means the players have all gotten there, starting at 2. We'll go for a brief break. If you enjoy the program and want to support Chess24, giving us the chance to do even more stuff, improve the site, and all that, then consider becoming a premium member. With the voucher code Schachmatt, you can get 40% off your premium. I really hate that picture. Can we get a different promo code and different picture? You can support the fantastic Yanistan team and the team battles that play out tomorrow. Our team is full, even though we're a little overrated on the top boards. I'm not sure if that will be considered cheating, because we got so many strong players to apply. We still need 1 or 2 reserves. So if you want to get a reserve spot, let us know in the Twitch or Chess24 chat. Tomorrow, 6 a.m., we play against Team Ellen and Hans. Should be an amazing event. 15 players, 3+2 blitz games. Peter Svidler is our top board. What's not to like?
Well, playing Hans, but can't be helped now.
That is true. All right, we'll be back in a couple minutes. Take the time to check out chess24.com. See you soon. Bye.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back, everybody, to round number 4 of the Tata Steel Masters. Last round before the first rest day. And the round is already almost finished while we were on break. Magnus Carlsen drew his game against Johan van Foreest. Peter Svidler, he set up this fortress that you mentioned with the rook headed for h3. And there's nothing to do.
Yep. Jordan actually chose to make an immediate draw by perpetual, by giving up the c-pawn to enable the queen a6 g6 mechanism, but wasn't really needed. It's just the most immediate, most forcing way to just make sure the game ends. Nothing wrong with that.
The game Ahmediyarov against Duda has also ended. Duda had to resign here. Yeah, heartbreaking finish for the Polish star, who had a winning position somewhere around here. He spotted his move h4 after rook to e3. If bishop to g7, black just wins the game. Knight takes f5, rook takes c2.
Yeah, bishop g7.
Okay, some trickery here. Apparently, you have to spot this, for example.
Yeah.
To then go on and lose it from still a position that looked fairly
good, honestly. And yeah, here if you prepare the move bishop c5, apparently machine quite likes starting with rook h7, just sort of solidifying your position first and then going in. Still a reasonably large advantage actually for black. I'm not even sure this is necessarily a draw if you play well with black, but yeah. First he allowed an immediate draw by playing bishop c5 and allowing g4 check.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and then he decided, I mean, obviously HGFG you never lose with black, but you also never win pretty much. So he chose to, I'm not sure, did he think he had winning chances after king g5 check, or was he just...
Maybe missed f4, it's also not impossible. Maybe he thought he was still winning, allowing this, but I don't know. Here after f4 already, it's black who should start making a draw, and yeah. Was still possible according to engines with both this and now either square or what Duda played, but it's already.
This already is a mistake. You should have gone h3, and the difference being somehow that the attack on the b7 pawn doesn't start fast enough, and black generates enough counterplay. Yeah, and here apparently rook f5 is required.
That's already black making precise moves to hold.
Exactly. Yeah, you're already in a territory where mistakes will cost you. Anyway, he made the move king f3, which looked also logical, but rook b4 already you have problems, and h3 you are basically lost. So yeah, in the space of about 5 moves, he went from a position which was more or less winning to a position in which he just resigned on move 41. Maybe not 5.
So that leaves us with only one game still running, and it's the game between Pragnanda, the English youngster, in his first long-form OTB super tournament, I would guess it's fair to say, against Niels Grandelius, who's played here last year, Swedish #1, has experience but has a rough tournament this time, and it looks like things aren't getting better today for Niels, who got outplayed by Pragnanda. Shall win this.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's very, very difficult to imagine how he doesn't win this position, because after rook a1, and he did spend some time on move 41, as I'm sure he was taught to do when, don't rush the decision, because I think autopiloting king e2 there was quite understandable, but rook a1 is stronger for some computer reasons, which I'm not sure of, but perhaps rook g1 is annoying or something, but made the cleanest move in existence there, and the attack will fizzle, and white obviously wins every single endgame, and also gives mate if the queens stay on at some point, I'm pretty sure. Would need some kind of a miracle for this not to be won by the youngster. And very much continuing a kind of a sad tournament for Niels. He was on half out of 3 and losing this one as well, seemingly. So kind of a nightmare start.
Indeed. Who's the qualifier, by the way? Because usually the winner from the Challenger moves up to the Masters, right? Is that Pragna Nadar? Did he get invited? Sorry, I can't recall anything about last year.
Yeah, I'm struggling as well. Yeah.
Probably chat.
Let's just look this up. I think it's just the easiest, right?
Yesipenko was clearly already in the top group last year, where he beat Magnus. Jordan won it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shankland played last year. Dubov, Caruana, Giri, Kayakin. Kayakin didn't play, I guess, but didn't play the Challenger.
Wiki is kind of letting me down by only giving me the results of the Masters, which we sort of knew already. I wanted the Challenger.
There was no Challenger last year. That explains why we don't know.
Yeah,
due to COVID, they only held the Masters. That explains it. Yeah. Thank you. Chat knows stuff.
Yeah. So perhaps time to at least briefly check out what happened in the Challengers today. We took a look a bit earlier, but there has been some developments, I'm sure. Apparently only one game running in the Challengers as well. Erwin did not win the position we thought he might win against Volodar Murzin. Arjun Erigaishi continues crushing, seemingly. A bit Rovin Fogel with the black pieces in some kind of a King's Indian. The final position kind of speaks for itself. There used to be a rook on g4. Oh, no, it wasn't a rook, it was a knight.
Yeah, you're looking for the other rook, but it's gone.
Yeah. Zed is dead. This became very unclear. I'm very sure Max was much better, must have been much better at some point, but this now looks kind of okay for black. And apparently Arjun was losing earlier, we're being told by chat. We can get back to that in a moment, but let's continue the roundup.
Yeah, it's roughly equal now according to the computer. It almost looks like black might have some chances, but game's still going. We've seen this. Ganguly.
That's very cute, yeah.
Blundered stalemate.
Yeah, Rook G2 in this position is kind of a funny choice. Yeah, have to admire the sense of humor required to make this move in a practical game. Yeah, and Marc-Andre actually lost the game. I told it was impossible to lose for white, but I was already kind of leaning towards me just being wrong about the assessment when we left the game there, because yeah, Queen d4 followed by Rook f8 was a very strong continuation there by Jinerju, and
going still tough for the French youngster.
Yeah, not having the happiest of tournaments so far, for sure. So yeah, we could take maybe a slightly more detailed look at that King's Indian, because apparently there were some exciting events along the way.
So what you do now, 12 points higher rated, you play King's Indian if you have the stomach for it, and along the way things happen, you have to win.
Where was he? I think people are lying to us.
He's just cruising.
Yeah, people are misleading us on purpose. Very unfair.
Maybe here e5 was better for white. Maybe that's what I mean. But that comes with the territory bit.
First of all, it comes with the territory, and secondly, we've already kind of scrolled past that position when we first watched that game 2 hours ago or thereabouts. So yeah,
still nice.
Yeah,
let's point out the idea.
Yeah, that was a nice move, and I guess I mean specifically the question is why knight g4 doesn't work. I guess because he played knight g4 in a kind of a similar spot in the game. Can't we just ignore it?
Yeah.
But we get
version for white.
We get knight e4 much earlier, which is why it's so great. Yeah. Like compared to the game, we actually get what he was trying to get in the game and wasn't allowed to. Yeah. Understandable. Yeah. This is exactly the kind of opposition Robin was hoping to achieve. Yeah. And in the meantime, the last game that was supposedly live finished in a 3-fold, so the entire round is finished there. I'm guessing Arjun leads, right, with this win. He was already leading, I think, prior to the round, and now he is leading alone. Yeah, he was.
Here we are, Erigaishi. Yeah, who's looked. Frankly, I hadn't heard of him like until, I don't know, half a year ago, and since then he's just looked amazing and everything.
Yeah,
Champions Chess Tour, the World Rapid and Blitz just looks incredibly strong.
No, for me, I think I may have even played him online a bit in the perhaps in the titles or wherever, but I still felt like, okay, one more incredibly strong Indian junior, but nothing particularly separates him from the other very exciting Indian juniors. And then I watched him start with 10 out of 10 in the Riga Blitz, and I thought, something weird is happening here. This is not how it's supposed to work, because he was playing like, he was beating people like Livon to 0 and so on. And I thought, I'm probably missing something here. The narrative I have in my head is probably a little bit outdated.
Yeah, I was most impressed when he played the Petrov with black against Magnus. And it looked like he was under pressure in a typical Magnus-y grinding position. But he just didn't care, made all the good moves in a rapid game, and calmly, slowly neutralized Magnus's pressure and made a draw. He's just legit very, very good.
Yeah.
Can we get the standings again? Whenever I see them on screen, they disappear, and we don't have time to look at the others.
Yeah, he's on 3.5. Morzin and 1 win are on 3 out of 4. And then
what is he on 3 out of 4?
Yeah, doing quite well.
Erwin working his way up. We have the experienced gang there: Erwin, Jumabayev, Ganguly.
Yeah,
rough event for Markandria. Zhu was on 0, yeah, 1 today.
Yeah, she won today. So an important game for her.
All right, there we go. I guess this year the winner will once again qualify for the Masters to be held next year. In 2021, there was only the Masters, as we've learned. In said Masters is the game between Pragnanda and Niels Grandelius still running. It appears like it's still going. Niels probably staring at the runes of his position on move 41.
Yeah, trying to figure out.
Do you guys know? I'm asking chat if they know what's happening there.
They were asked by our esteemed moderators to choose between Niels winning or drawing or Prague losing here, and they are struggling so far to pick between those two options. I tried voting. I keep on forgetting I'm a mod, so I can't vote.
I was reading the Chess24 chat. Seems like they don't know.
Yeah, the liquidator says Prague's 26-12 is a sick joke. Yeah, when you watch a game like this, it does feel like it's a bit of a prank. It's not going to be a prank for much longer, because it's not going to be 26-12 for much longer. But yeah, for the time being, yeah, playing like people like Himo, Gukesh, or Erigaishi, just not going to be too much fun. Some sort of, natural sandbagging going on with absolutely no unethical implications, just the way things work.
Usually it's a decent bet that 2600 rated 16-year-olds will not be lower rated when they're 20.
Yep. But yeah, not really very much else to say about this position. I'm famous for suggesting, and also not just suggesting, but sort of realizing in practice the idea of resigning in playable positions. But this one, you don't resign, but I don't think very many people would criticize. Just kind of calling it quits here.
Yeah. No, that's what I was asking. You said I already resigned, maybe, and it hadn't popped up on our screens, but it doesn't look like it.
I don't think Niels necessarily is the giving up kind.
No, he will. But he's the making a move kind.
Yeah. Good question.
Niels, are you there? Chess asking, can you show us a winning path? The thing is, the position is sort of winning by itself. The knight is much, much stronger than the bishop, which is blocked in by his own pawns. White has this passed pawn on the d file. So White doesn't even need any tactics or anything to happen in order to win. The fruit will ripen.
Yeah, eventually, like, all of your pieces just invade and you win. Here in 95, he even wins. And
yeah, there's so many holes in the black position. It's not easy to cover them. But even if you do nothing, like, I don't know, you put your king here and we allow this exchange, just end up winning these positions by hand every time.
Yeah.
Just make sure there's no checks. And sooner or later, you either pick up pawns or you start a vicious king march. It's just hopeless.
Yep.
Therefore, the only hope that Niels had was creating like a direct counterattack against the king. And that's why he played rook a1, using one of these active rooks to nip any counterplay in the bud.
Yeah, and also if black tries to keep all 4 rooks on the board, one way to describe an actual winning plan in the current position is if you allow rook takes c7, rook takes c7 probably wins on the spot in many cases, because then the center just completely overwhelms.
I'd never do that. No, like maybe it wins directly, but don't you?
Yeah, you don't have to. But
I'm making 2 moves myself, and already boom, counterplay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, can you win by hand? But this is what we should avoid.
But king e2 specifically there does seem a bit artificial, and yeah, I quite like how it goes rook ba7 in almost every position here, just creating an idea of rook a8 and then invading with the second one. Yeah, it's just too miserable to look at, honestly. It's just this position cannot be saved unless something really dramatic happens.
The clock showing 000, it's just the function that it doesn't stop showing the additional time until Niels has used up all the time he had from the first 40 moves.
And then made a move, yeah.
It's a bit unfortunate because the clock here is not able to add up these 2 times. But it's not like it's broken, it just means he still has more time than the time he started with, usually.
At 8:31, this seems unlikely, also knowing Niels and knowing that he normally doesn't leave himself too much time. I think it's just that there are 2 settings, and they often even ask you, like when there's a technical meeting before the tournament starts, this either gets a vote, not necessarily, but they normally inform players which one of the 2 settings they choose. Because you can set the modern electronics clocks to immediately give you the new time allotment once the move 40, let's say, finishes, or they can wait until your previous time runs out.
Like Fox here.
Yeah, and I think
they're using the second, which I don't like.
Yeah, it's a kind of a weird one, because the time added is sort of giving you a hint that you cross the time control, which the argument against it is that you're supposed to use your score sheet. You're not supposed to get any kind of aid from outside devices, including the clock, telling you that yes, you made move 40.
But there's increment. You're supposed to write down every move anyway, and the chance of getting flagged is not gigantic.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think these are the rules, but I don't like them for this very reason, that the clock situation often looks very confusing.
Yeah, now he made a move, and you can see that he has 33 minutes, and he did make the one move which created a trap of some sort by trying to play rook takes g4, and even king e2, which sort of sidesteps queen h4 check follow-ups, allows takes and queen c8, which is actually very missable, I think. But
So the one with this.
Yeah, even this is not great for black, but it's
good for white. But yeah, you don't want this.
Yeah, it's a huge improvement compared to how bad the position already is, and yeah, we'll see what the young man thinks about converting positions like this, because yeah, obviously
it's the sort of move that makes you want to resign in a way. But maybe you're right, and he just thinks, okay, I can calculate my way to picking up all pawns. What's not to like?
Yeah.
How does this work? Queen c7. Rook
I just
c7,
go for the endgame.
c7.
Both queen e5 and knight e5 are just utterly winning. Queen e5 as well is just everything collapses. And it also kind of feels like it should just win on the spot, but I understand that trading the bishop on c7 feels very like you should be winning that piece for nothing. You shouldn't be trading a rook for it, but if it wins, it wins.
Looks like we finally broke the software completely.
Yeah, I could see that we've had a bit of a mishap there.
That blue little circle, I don't think it's a favorite to go away.
Yeah. And for a change, I think I can reasonably reliably say I did nothing.
Yeah, it was me. I tried to make the move queen to e5. I apologize.
Yeah, because normally it's me who breaks. You know, whenever any kind of software breaks on this stream, it's me touching things. But this time round, it probably wasn't.
Was me. Very sorry.
Yeah.
Yep, Duda lost from a good position. Rough day for Duda. Very rough day, actually. It was such a good tournament. Then you lose this position going into the rest day. Worst case scenario today for the very quickly improving Polish star.
Yeah.
Chat does have a good point. You suggested queen takes e5. I didn't want any of that business.
Yeah, yeah. If we dig deep enough into what happened there, there's clearly my fingerprints all over it.
Yeah, and this is not one of these correlation does not equal causation cases. This is Peter Svidler equals causation.
Yes, as we established yesterday, you know, I am the mastermind behind many a mishap and, you know, my criminal enterprise. I only just, you know, these kind of technical problems are my way of subtly hinting to the world that not everything is exactly as it seems with me. And, you know, this vanilla persona I'm trying to project onto the world is perhaps not as vanilla as all that.
It sounded legit scary. In the meantime, Ragnar and I are still thinking, you're not missing anything here after rook h4.
Yep.
In case you're wondering why I'm never holding the mug like this, it's because the right hand is my mouse hand, and I can't properly hold it like this with my left hand. It feels weird.
What kind of mug is that?
Like this. It's a nice mug. Fits a lot of coffee.
Fair enough. Just trying to figure out what the pattern is, or the image, or
I don't know, flowers, something. Where's the board? What's going on? Oh, it's there.
There it is, yeah. So we finally arrived at the point where there's only one game left and we've completely run out of things to say about it. So, chat, tell us.
Yeah, we got here earlier than usual. Usually, Sam is still playing. Game full of action. Now, it's just Niels suffering, which has coincided once we had Niels playing Sam, suffering.
Yep. Feels kind of weird without the Sam game.
Lorinda is saying, list the 14 players in order of who would order the rarest steak. I think Dubov has gone to Dubai more than once personally to just order this. What's it? This steak sprinkled in gold.
What?
It's a popular thing for football players on social media to post pictures with this gold steak. Ribéry is a big fan of it. Daniel has not actually done that.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Yeah, I'm aware of the concept, but I've had dinners with Daniel, and I think he's likelier to order some kind of shawarma than a gold-plated steak. But
hang on, there's some life advice. I appreciate life advice. Anand Panwar is telling me, Jan, you drink a lot of tea coffee. I've seen a lot of people complaining about joints pain later in life. Try yoga instead. That's what Peter's doing, right? I find it tough to do yoga on the program, but maybe I can do just stretching every 30 minutes.
No, I'm not doing. I'm not doing yoga.
I'll look into it.
Yeah, I do like the genre of medical advice by Twitch chat. That is always a very.
I trust Twitch chat.
Yeah,
and also more than one person are telling me the exact same thing. I should know. Thank you.
Yeah.
So back to the rarest steak debate.
So from the sort of the rarest to congratulations. I don't know if you've seen that order from. It goes from legendary to congratulations. The rarity of steaks, and it starts from cow.
Also, we should mention there's a fair amount of vegetarians, pescatarians, and or vegans in the chess world. So not everyone's going to order any steaks. Magnus, for example, I'm not sure if he eats any meat currently. Jordan, I don't know about Jordan's eating habits. I think he eats everything. I never paid many attentions. A lot of attention.
Magnus is a pescatarian now, or what?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the practice is. I haven't seen him order a lot of meat.
Pescatarian.
Vidit, I think, is a vegetarian. I only know this because he publishes his private conversations on Twitter about vegetarian food options.
Yeah, he definitely is. Yeah.
Yesipenko, I have no idea.
Oh, Yesipenko eats everything. Yeah,
I haven't seen him order many steak. I would guess Mamedyarov enjoys a good steak. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just making assumptions. I really don't know. The only guys I had steaks with are probably Daniil and I know actually some on Baden-Baden there are some steak orders. Daniil, Dubov, I guess Fabi eats meat.
Yep.
Niels, I think, I'm not sure. I think he eats meat as well.
Yeah, Niels always looks like he should be a hardcore vegan, but I don't think he is, right? I think he's just.
He also drinks coffee though. So I'll let him know about this joint pain.
Yeah, and
Flourish ZH is telling me, Jan, I notice you don't do any weighted squats on stream. I'm worried this might lead to joint pain later in life. Should I do weighted squats or should I do kettlebell swings? That's the question I'm contemplating. I have been doing weighted squats, but I'm worried I'm more worried about the deadlifts, actually. I'm worried the deadlifts might lead to back pain.
Joint pains immediately in life, yeah?
Yeah, because I messed up my back in Spain during training camp, actually. While in the gym with our boy, Daniil. And yeah, now I'm back to doing the heavy lifting, but I'm very, very careful with the deadlifts.
Yeah.
You really got to keep your back straight, stretch your chest out, Chad. So if you have any advice regarding the yoga, the non-coffee, in general, how to lead a long
food for life, because I'm also tall, which makes it, I've heard, it's also not good. Please let us know. How's your workout routine, Peter?
It exists.
I know English is saying deadlift is very dangerous, should be avoided. There you go. Should have told me before Spain.
Yeah. I summon the spirit of Nassim Taleb.
No deadlifts?
Yeah, on the topic of deadlifts.
Is that what you're saying?
He will set I know English straight on this topic.
Mm. Isaiah saying, oof, Jan made the mistake of asking Peter about a routine. Why? What shots are they firing at you, Peter?
It's a kind of a weird inside joke. I used to have a person come into my...
asking.
Yeah, when I still streamed semi-regularly, there was a guy who would come into my stream every time and start asking me about my hair regimen.
Uh-huh. You have amazing hair. How do you do it?
Thank you very much. Yes, when it got weird very quickly, and I think he got banned potentially.
Do you use any substances? Like, what's it called? Is Fermisterin or something? I don't know what's it called.
No, I'm not giving up the trade secrets here.
Do you have salt spray easily available?
Rook takes e7. There we go.
I'm reading a book on intermittent fasting. That's supposed to be good, right? I haven't really figured it out because I'm not that fasting or reading, but it makes some sense to me. I have to wave my head around it. But in general, this concept of fasting, I'm very intrigued by.
Yeah. Some very strong players do that currently. And it seems to work in as much as those things work.
Who are these people? Who would do intermittent fasting? Paco has been doing it for a while, but he's always doing stuff. Levon sounds like the type. What are the very strong players that you would know this about? Could we put on the list? I don't know. I do not know.
Very strong though. Yeah, I like Rook takes e7 because I think it shortens the game. This is what I will say.
It happened. I was so wrong. But Prague knows no mercy.
Yeah. The word mercy is not his vocabulary. That's because...
I'm being told that using a lot of salt spray can lead to being overly salty later in life. Might have some direct saltiness effects as well. Do you think we make A, too many, B, not enough, or C, exactly the right amount of jokes about Pragnananda being pragmatic?
Clearly not enough.
All right.
Yeah. Niels immediately replies with Rook takes e7, which is a move we have not even considered properly, but why
it's
not?
A logical move because he recaptures the rook.
That is a fair point, well made, yeah. But after queen e5, I guess he wants to play rook takes g4, but then he probably wants to resign, which is not a very productive sequence of things.
You could also give a check. I would give a check.
Yeah, but also I think FG king, queen h4 check, king g1 is completely winning because you can't really... hang on, there you go, rook a7, queen a8 check. I got the revenge.
Where do we go?
I wanted to play rook a7 in this position after king g1.
Let's check.
After king g1.
Okay.
I wanted to go rook a7 and claim that I've achieved something, but what I've achieved is getting mated faster, which is probably not that much of an achievement when you come to think about it.
Nah, it's probably bad. Then we conclude the debate on the rarest stake.
We haven't actually started the debate properly.
True.
I think the rarest stake is getting ordered by Shahriar, followed by Daniel.
Yeah, I like that list.
And then we get all the Pescatorians in no particular order.
So you would put the Pescatorians ahead of the guys that eat meat but wouldn't order very rare steak.
I'm just lumping the rest of the field into the pescatorians category.
All right. Barelyfy is asking, Jan, have you done the Dutch segment already this stream? No, it's a good point. I should inform the Dutch viewership what happened. Vandaag heeft Anish lekker remise gespeeld tegen Sergej Karjakin. Sergej Karjakin met wiet heeft minder dan niets gedaan. 14 zetten en dood. Ik weet niet waarom Sergej niet gespeeld heeft, maar lekker remise. 14. Anish. Vakantie. Heel leuk. En Jordan. Jordan met zwaard tegen de wereldkampioen Magnus Carlsen. Een heel goede partij. Jordan speelde lekker solide. Beetje Groenveld, beetje Slaaf, weet ik veel. Magnus, 2 lopertjes. Ga lekker winnen. Maar Jordan zegt nee. G5, G4. Je kunt een pion pakken. Maar als je de pion moet eten, ga ik lekker counterspel. Tegen jouw koning doen. Koning. In deze positie. Magnus snapt helemaal niets. Hij kan winnen met koning E2. Koning E2. Dame 6. Koning D1. En wint. Maar Magnus speelt dame G4. Heel slechte zet. Dame A6. En nu, hij wil toch E2 doen. Maar het kan niet. Dame C8. Lekker pin. En zwart wint. Zo moet Magnus koning G1. Een lekkere remise. Goeie partij van Jordan van Voorheest. Vandaag 2 remises. Team Nederlands. That's it.
It was a very, very, very exciting segment, and we thank you for that from the bottom of our hearts.
It's also a great shame. It's not so far to learn the language, but I should do it. Anyway, I enjoy Dutch trolling.
And in the meantime, there was a poll asking the important question of whether you are telling enough before jokes.
No, I'm done with the before jokes. I don't think they're dynamite like the C4 jokes.
It only took me about 20 seconds.
It's all right. 26.
26, yeah, you kind of need to start giving stuff up because otherwise I think you get mated. But I was actually a bit wondering a little bit about rook g4, queen g4, queen f6. But I suppose e5 just wins on the spot there, which is a bit of a problem for black. Otherwise, maybe that would have been playable. Or semi-playable anyway. Queen takes, because we don't really want to allow queen h4 check, and then queen f6, and looks like black is developing some counterplay, but I think e4, e5 just wins on the spot. Likely to be the final moves of the game, actually, I think.
I can't do a Spanish segment, chat. My Spanish is much better than my Dutch, but we have an actual Spanish show, so there's no need for that.
Ivan Lubitsch is asking, is tomorrow's battle streamed?
I'll stream in German. I think I'm supposed to cover the German demographic there. Probably it will be on the fantastic Janistan TV and on Chess24.de. I think everyone will stream it on the various Chess24 channels. So yeah, 6 p.m. It's going to be all over the place.
I'm hoping the players aren't supposed to stream because I need every single...
No. We need you fully focused.
Exactly.
Not talking. DJ is saying deadlift is a very good exercise for the back. Which one is it? I think it's very good exercise if you do it properly. But it's dangerous if you mess it up, no? So I should probably stop messing it up. Is that what you're saying, DG? My German is pretty good. It's my native language. It does require proper form. Chat knows so much stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, which is where I get in so much trouble now. Both with deadlifts and with squats. Yeah, but I used to not be able to do squats at all. Like it would just immediately ruin my back. And now I can do them a little bit, which is an improvement. But it still looks horrible. Like I get sent videos afterwards, and they are legit scary to look at. People should not be doing those things to their backs.
Why do you have people filming you while you do squats?
Because my trainer wants me to realize what I'm doing wrong.
Can I just tell you, sort of making you look at yourself?
He does both, and neither thing is apparently very effective.
Anyway, us plebs, we don't have trainers. I just have random people in the gym telling me, no, don't touch this. This is the grown-ups area.
Yeah.
Still saying just use plastic weights. That's not a bad idea. Could your trainer, people are asking if your trainer could just upload all the videos to YouTube. Maybe chat could weigh in on the proper form.
Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon. Yeah. Niels realized Queen f65 loses, and instead of doing the honorable thing and playing Queen f6 anyway, he played King g7, and now Prague will play e5, and the game will continue.
Come on, Niels.
Ooh, unfair. I guess he wants like e5, b5, and then quote-unquote counterplay.
New Twitch channel idea, Svidler Sweats. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
JD Kenny is saying, I think Western Central Europeans know more languages than average, it seems. Depends what do you mean by average. If you mean Americans and English, then probably the answer is yes. Otherwise, I'm not sure if that theory holds much water. Peter, are there stats on this?
I'm sure there are. I'm just not aware of what they say. There are stats for everything.
It's probably true. Who speaks the most languages?
I would suspect it's actually some...
Isn't it Armenians? I thought the Armenian is so tough that if you master the Armenian alphabet, you can speak all the other languages anyway. I made that up. I'm not sure, but someone told me.
Yeah, I wanted to say that it's either some countries in Africa or in Asia where there's been a lot of...
So Indians might start with 3, or in Switzerland, depending on the area you're in. Like Romanians is what sort of saying. That could also be. Giri is technically not a nationality. And I'm also not sure if that theory is true. Giri, well, he does speak Russian, English, Dutch, but that's probably the list, no? Which is a very good list.
I think he might speak at least some Nepalese, no?
I don't think that. I don't think that theory holds any water. All these Nepalese, Japanese stories, never seen any proof.
I think I've actually heard him answer that question, and yeah, I think he claims not to speak it, but I'm sure he speaks some. There's no way he speaks none whatsoever.
All right. Well, we need more info on Giri Nepalese. Japanese, I know he went to school there as a kid, but from what I heard, there's not much Japanese left. We can go through the participants, figure out how many languages they speak. That's a fun game. Niels, I think, by the way, Scandinavian we don't count. If Niels is Swedish, he doesn't get any points for speaking Norwegian or Danish. Having said that, he probably only speaks English and Scandinavian.
Yeah,
I did discount 2 languages before, which I'm not sure is fair. Why no points? Yeah, it's a fair question, but from the Scandinavians I know, they can all communicate with each other in their respective languages. No, like Norwegian and Danish, it's more or less the same vocabulary, just pronounced completely differently. Well, Swedish is different vocabulary, but close to pronunciation to Norwegian. So maybe Swedish to Danish is tough, but since Niels is a Swede living in Denmark, I just can't give him too much credit for that.
Apparently, Wikipedia claims that he is moderately proficient in Japanese, Nepali, and German.
I don't believe you, Wikipedia.
Yeah. That appears to be written by a member of the Giri army.
Shankland speaks English, French, Spanish, maybe more. There you go. Pragnananda, I do not know. Chat, do you guys know? I'm so worried to sound completely ignorant there. His first language is what? It's Tamil.
Yeah, people are suggesting he speaks
English,
Tamil, Telugu.
I know so little about any of this. English and Hindi was what I would have guessed, but yeah, there are the differences. So Tamil is his first language, yeah? Or,
other people are claiming it's Telugu, actually, yeah. I don't know.
And they say Tamil, he speaks only Tamil, he speaks little English, but not much. Okay.
Definitely speaks enough English to get his point across very well.
Yeah, also probably traveled quite a bit by now.
Yeah, and it's like specialized chess conversations, you wouldn't know he speaks no English. And I've spoken to him about chess a bit. And
Niels probably speaks some German.
yeah, and the Joël Lautier's name does come up quite a bit, and he definitely is the best Russian speaker of the non-Russians I've ever encountered. And
not playing in this tournament yet. Dubov was claiming Lautier spoke better Russian than him.
Yeah, that
was a claim, but that was
that's the joke that's been claiming the rounds for, making the rounds for years and years. Yeah. So, Eskar speaks Russian.
Fabian Caruana, he speaks English.
Yes. Does he speak?
I don't think he speaks Italian that well, although he represented Italy for a while. I could be wrong, but he's very much an English speaker.
Yeah. Dubov speaks too, and maybe some
speaks English, Russian.
Some on the side, maybe, but I'm not entirely sure.
Kayakin, English, Russian, I would guess.
Yeah.
Giri, we've debated. Shankland, we've talked about. Mamedyarov, I never know. You probably know this. The Azeri, are they fluent in Russian? Is it case by case? What's the situation there?
Well, it's sort of heavily accented, but very fluent.
Okay.
Like the vocabulary is quite large, pretty much always, but it's
and the language is also close to Turkish, so they might speak some Turkish, right?
Yeah. Pretty sure he speaks decent Turkish.
English.
I think I will lie about the number, but it's like 70 to 80% similar. I think it's very, very closely related languages. Speaks some English as well.
Yeah.
And I think his English is improving as well. So
who's that?
Shucks.
Yeah, I think
definitely speaks English.
That's fine. And Duda, I don't know. Polish and English, we know.
Yeah, I think he probably understands some Russian. But yeah, I don't think I've heard him speak it very much. And that's a very kind of a normal situation for Poles, I think.
Magnus, yeah.
No particular
As established, we're not giving him credit for Norwegian, Danish, and Swedish. So he speaks Norwegian. Yeah. I think we should give him credit for his English, which it's so sophisticated. Like he's very, very precise in the English language. Other than that, I don't know. I think that's it. I'm sure he speaks, well, I know he speaks some Troll German and Troll French, but I don't think he would say that he speaks these languages. He speaks enough to troll.
Yeah, but that's the important bit, of course. Yeah.
In Jordan, yeah. Dutch, English, decent German. Although he would claim otherwise. But yeah. I think that's the list. Not sure if he speaks any French or stuff like that. Vidit. Indians, I'm so cool, is what they speak. Marathi, English and Hindi. Yeah?
Yeah, I get very confused. I wouldn't want to. I would need to Google stuff before I even tried guessing. It's very, I think, case by case basis, and yeah, don't want to even try.
Yeah, Jordan, just like Scandinavians, don't get any credit for speaking Swedish, Danish, Norwegian. Jordan doesn't get any credit for speaking Belgian, which is not a language. Like they speak Flemish, which is pretty much Dutch, I would say. Oh, I'm in trouble here. Or French, depending where you are. One or the other. Is more prominent. I don't think he speaks a lot of French.
Yeah, so what's the conclusion here? Who is the polyglot here?
It's a good question.
It might actually be Sam.
Might be Anish now if we give him credit for all this.
Yeah, it's between Anish and Sam, and Anish probably wins, yeah?
I would guess so. Yeah. Vidit might have an outside shot that, yeah, I just don't know. Other than that, yeah, if we're discounting the Scandinavians, I think it's fair.
Huh. Prague played queen e6 in that position. Didn't even play e5. Really?
Question if Kramnik speaks French. I've heard not fluently. I'm sure he can order stuff and so on, but he never. I would guess. I don't know. I would guess he never got completely into it. Do you know? Like,
I don't think it's fluent, but yeah, I'm sure he speaks some. He's been there for long enough to not pick up any, but I don't think he sounds like a native.
Yeah, I don't think he speaks much German. That's how many we speak. Yeah, for me it's German, English, Spanish, and then yeah, I can troll in Dutch or French, but it's really more for trolling purposes than actually speaking. Peter speaks proper English, which I think that's also a thing often on these lists. You just name languages, but there's no skill level. In general, there should be a point score attached to how well you speak a language.
Yeah, that would be my hope, because I only speak the two. Yeah, the one I was born with in English. Don't speak anything else at all. And there's some discussion about Vishy. Vishy speaks very good German by this point, I think.
That's a myth.
No?
Greetings. I think it was better at a point when he spent more time in Bad Soden, but recently yeah, he hasn't been very happy speaking German. I think he was very motivated around 10 years ago and he spoke very decently. But if you don't use it, and I don't think he's been since he moved
that's fair. Yeah,
Bad Soden a whole lot. Yeah, I don't think there's much left.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Correct me, but I think that's at least what he would say. His Spanish, on the other hand, is perfect. Once again, he would disagree, but it's very, 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 very good.
Interesting that he allowed queen h4 check, but I still don't really see why there would be a problem. Just go to g1 and then start pushing pawns. It kind of makes you... It's difficult to activate the rook on a1, but you're sort of winning without it, is the point here, so it shouldn't be a problem. You can also go king e2, but I'm kind of annoyed by queen g5 a little bit, so I don't know how good that is.
I do have Swedish roots, but yeah, I never mastered the languages. A significant chunk of my household is in Norwegian, so I should really improve my Norwegian one day, but it's still in a sad state. I might learn some one day. Could be a good project for this year. My daughter keeps volunteering to teach me Norwegian.
Yeah. Chat has now switched to imaginary languages, and to my honestly significant surprise, Dothraki was raised as an option earlier than Klingon was, which was not my the order of imaginary languages in my head, but what do I know?
Chat speaks English and Groot, we've established.
Yeah, king e2 played. I think queen g5 is absolutely the only move, but it's very easy to find. You can't really allow queen e5 check, and if you go queen g3 or queen h2, queen g4 or queen h3 just trades queens, which is clearly unacceptable considering how lost every single endgame here is. But after this, you still have to think with white.
People are asking if English is common in Germany. Yeah, I mean, the level will differ. Everyone learns English in school and everyone can communicate. Like if you ask someone on the street for directions, people will be able to answer you in English, but of course, depends how much they learned in school, how much they had to use it and so on. But generally, yeah, you'll get by in pretty much all of Northern Europe with English without any.
Yeah. I think it should be very possible to never have to learn the native language in a vast majority of Northern European countries and just get by on English. We're getting to a point where this is, I mean, still not true, but closer to being true in Russia in large cities. Definitely won't be true if you go away from the metropolis. But in Moscow and St. Petersburg, I think you probably survive to a degree if you stick to trying to talk to younger people.
Yeah, that's the feeling I got. Obviously, chess players are probably the most representative sample size, but from my limited time in Moscow, it didn't feel like you wouldn't get by with English if you needed it.
Yeah. How much of that is?
I keep saying in France you don't. First of all, yeah, I wouldn't say France is Northern Europe. Secondly, I'm not sure if that's true. Of course, there's a somewhat different attitude towards speaking French. But I think if you need to, at the very least, around bigger cities, you can get by with English. Like,
yeah,
maybe to a somewhat lesser extent.
Yeah, and they will let you know they don't like it, but they will probably tell you things if they realize you actually
might pretend not to understand you, but they're probably
yeah.
And Spain is also changing, like people spending more time learning English and so on. I don't know. That's why most English native speakers don't speak so many languages. There's no need. Now everyone speaks English everywhere. Why would you?
What is Niels thinking about?
Come on, Niels.
What other move can he even make in this position?
Oh, so this game should have been hour overs ago. Stop. Still completely winning, apparently.
Yeah, of course it is completely winning, but yeah. Yeah, just protecting the rook on a1 should make the task much simpler, and then we start making progress. And once we start making progress, we kind of never stop making progress in this position, but yeah. What's the language that
school languages are called bilingual? Those who speak one language are called American. That's just plain wrong. Many Spanish speakers in America.
The closest to Russian is, I mean, I'm sure there's a way to properly judge that, but it would be one of Ukrainian or Belarusian, and I don't actually know the answer. I suspect it's probably Belarusian, but don't know. Because for me, it's supposed to be very easy, but I found it difficult to, like, quickly spoken Ukrainian, I don't actually understand at all. Even though the
Hungarian. Does Suat low-key speak lots of languages? Or maybe not that low-key?
Yeah. The thing I would doubt there is low-key. I think he speaks plenty.
Queen g5 played.
Yeah, King f1 will be played quite quickly because really nothing else makes... I mean, King f2 still wins, but why would you repeat? Russian is most similar to Bulgarian. Grammar is just very different. Yeah, possible. Yeah, I think you're kind of not conditioned to think in that direction because of all the, once again, hot political topics of all the shared history and blah, blah. But yeah, very possible that it's not one of the two I named.
Thank you. Saying, what about Latin? Double question mark. I don't know. Do you count that as a language you speak? Oh, hi. I speak German Latin. I chose French in school, so I don't know any Latin other than what we learned from Asterix comics.
Yeah, I have like 2 or 3 Latin proverbs I use probably incorrectly, but apart from that, yeah, not a lot.
Veni, vidi, vici.
Yeah.
Gens una sumus.
Con licet Jovi, non licet bovi, and all that crap, yeah. I'm not sure it's licet, but like I used to say licet, and then people told me it's a hard K. So now I'm confused, but I think that's what it sounds like.
In dubov veritas. Yep. In Carpe Noctem, we do speak Latin. How many languages does Rapport speak? Oh, we kind of Rapport.
Completely ignored Richie somehow, yeah.
Probably speaks a bunch of languages too.
Hmm.
He speaks Hungarian, English. I'm not sure where he's on the Serbo-Croatian scale. I would guess he speaks those as well. He's lived in Belgrade for a while now.
Hmm.
I don't know. He could be the type who secretly speaks some Chinese, some German. Sua is saying he speaks German. Rapport is a German.
What
does that mean, Suat? Like he learned German at home, still lives in Belgrade. Yeah. He never spoke German to me, but maybe he doesn't know that I'm German.
Yeah.
Yeah, Richie might be low-key up there. I'm overusing low-key, tired. Should finish low-key on Disney Plus.
Yes. And then eagerly await season 2. It was actually kind of enjoyable. I was expecting to have to watch it because I always watch stuff like that and then normally don't enjoy it very much. But I thought that was good.
Loki, I hear it is pretty good. Yeah. Did you also watch the stuff you're not supposed to enjoy, like the Falcon and the Winter Soldier and that kind of thing?
I think I did watch that, yeah, but it was, I think, like I've already completely erased it from my mind. I think I don't remember a single thing about it anymore. Which is, I think, testament to its quality.
Ale, Pragnananda.
What's your take on the YouTube genre of Westerners shocking Chinese, Japanese locals with perfect accent?
Sounds like a great genre.
It's a fantastic genre, in particular when you can't actually judge if the accent is perfect. And perhaps, every single person... You can
probably tell by their reactions.
Yeah, but maybe they're paid actors.
Never.
Paid actors are very popular. Sometimes you get like 12.5% paid actors, but if you're extremely lucky, you can get like 25% paid actors.
If you Kugelbuch, you get 100% paid actors. Chad wants to know if Ozark is good. Season 3 is supposed to be excellent. Season 1 is fine. Season 2 I haven't seen, but I hear it's all right. I've only seen season 1. I'm not sure I'll make it to season 3, which is supposed to be excellent.
For a second there, maybe 2 hours ago, I thought we might have a shorter day.
Never.
Yeah. As we say in Russian, naivny starik, which roughly translates to naive old man. I don't know why I didn't just say it in English straight away, but...
I enjoy you sprinkling a little Russian over this broadcast. Queen h4.
Yeah, why haven't we played Queen e5 check yet?
What are we thinking about? Time is running out.
It's not the time is running out that is worrying me. It's or maybe it is, but just not the time on his clock. It's my lifespan is. I start thinking about it, and then I can't stop thinking about it, and that's
I do too.
Yeah. Did you do Wordle today? I did. I do Wordle every day. I've barely scraped through today. Got it on the last try.
What's Wordle?
It's that game apparently everybody is playing, although clearly not everybody, since you're asking. It's the game where you have 6 tries to guess a move that has been chosen for the day, and you have to use 5-letter words, and the program tells you which of the letters in your word appear in the word that's been guessed, and also tells you if they're in the right place. But you can only use actual words, you can't use made-up words. So it tests your vocabulary, as well as...
Combination of Mastermind and Hangman. Now you're speaking my language. But Peter has an unfair advantage because he didn't have television growing up. So all he had was Mastermind and a box of matches. So obviously he'd be proficient at Wordle. To me, it sounds like it's a Wordle of hers. Don't want to get into it.
King G1. Still completely winning, but yeah, somewhat mystifying. Because I think Queen f6 is the only move against both King G1 and Queen e5 check, but we've misplaced our king a little bit now. I don't know what's happening here, but I don't think I'm the target audience.
Question if Magnus still playing. No, this is the last game still going. Magnus made a draw after a tough fight against last year's winner, Jorn van Verrees. Funstar was asking, didn't you grow up on a boat? Yep, I didn't have mastermind on that boat.
Yeah, Rusty Bean says, yeah, maybe Prague is not 27 plus after all. I'm not really criticizing his choices. I'm pretty sure he'll still win the game, and then it doesn't really matter how quickly he wins it. Tomorrow is a rest day anyway. It's just that...
not like he has a dinner with his coach to go to.
Yeah, that's kind of a sad joke. I don't know if it was intended as a joke at all. But yeah, for those of you unaware...
All the best to Ramesh. Hope
yeah.
Gets well soon.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't we want to have a king on f1 in this position, is my question. But once again, he'll still win. It shouldn't matter. So, yeah. I'm not going to make any kind of hard pronouncements about his skill levels by using King G1 as an example of a horrible mistake that he's committed. It's slightly suboptimal. Nobody cares.
There are questions if his coach is sick. All I know is that his coach, Ramesh, who he traveled to Wijk with, was tested positive for COVID. I guess it was 2 days ago. I'm not sure if he's actually sick or what the status is, but yeah, he had to isolate in a hotel room. So that's what we heard, at least, right?
Yeah, and we haven't heard anything since, apart from the fact that the tournament organizers stated very explicitly that Prague will be tested every day and will play the game he's supposed to play on the day only in case of a negative result. So that all seems to be in order in that respect. He's still obviously very much playing in the tournament, which is good. But the whole situation has to be quite unnerving, and full credit to him for continuing to play fighting chess. And today he's played a very, very good game. And even if it takes, let's say, I don't know, 65 moves instead of 55, still makes it a very, very good game. Nothing changed.
How's this?
Still winning.
We give a check. This is clever. Yeah, no.
Yeah, this is completely unplayable, so it has to go back, and then we go King D3 and we win slightly slower. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing here for black, really. And the machine also just goes in, allows black to collect on C4 and says we're still completely winning. So... could this have been made faster? Pretty certain that yes, it could, but yeah, kind of irrelevant. Kegelbuch says Alireza speaks Persian, Tajik, Dari, Mazandarani, English, and French. That's a long list, but he isn't in this tournament, so it's a long list entirely in vain.
Does he speak French?
I'm just reading things off my screen.
Now I'm asking Kegelbuch 1. Because I have sources in Chartres.
Yeah. Can Peter read? Now we're asking the hard question.
Kegelbuch 1 is saying, I assume. See, Kegelbuch 1? That's very different than you saying he speaks those. You didn't say, I assume he speaks these languages. I thought we can trust things on Twitch. And now there's just assumptions being made there.
Yeah. And the discussion of who is the richest chess player has assumed...
finally...
epic proportions. The three names currently being bandied about are Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, or Jeff Bezos.
But that's just rich people who know some chess, no? Or...
the rules of chess, I would suspect. Yeah, I think that's not really what had been asked.
I don't know. I hear Karpov did all right.
Yeah, there might be some. Yeah, but I guess Karpov will be probably hard to compete with. Yeah, that's a very good guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Peter Svidler with his 55 millions.
Yeah, I don't think I'm in the right. Like, if the website still says 55 million, I wonder what it says about Hikaru or Magnus. you have to wonder on that spot. In that spot, on that point. One of those things. Garbo had the world's most expensive collection of Belgian stamps until he sold it. Yeah, he was definitely a very, very serious philatelist. I wasn't aware he sold any of it, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either. Proper asset management is part of why rich people are rich.
Mm-hmm.
How much money does one need to make FIDE relevant? That is an interesting question, also an interesting way to put it.
Rook d1 check happened. King had to go back. So that question is answered. Now King d3 will want to try rook a7.
Yeah, but then after King C anything, 2 or 3, yeah, you have to play King d6 back, and then we can play King b3, stop the invasion, and our rook comes in either IH1 or A1, and we win. Peter has about 55 million rubles, says Bjorn Wright Advocate. Yeah.
I have no idea how much that is. Still sounds like a lot of money.
That's like 800k, I would guess.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, those figures are probably off the website, right? Anand Panwar. You searched for Hikaru's net worth and you are now quoting the figures at us. Those results are not always entirely trustworthy.
No.
Oh, I've grown richer. I'm very impressed with myself. Apparently, I'm
all
not.
The very rich people grew a lot richer during the pandemic, no?
Yes, I must be one of them, yeah. Absolutely minted it during the pandemic. Yeah. I can neither confirm nor deny it is the result of all the bank robberies I may have masterminded.
Prot 2321 is raising a good point. Alireza would be the richest chess player if Tata Steel gave him compensation.
That is pretty good, yeah. That is pretty good. It has been suggested to me more than once that I should have a manager, me Manaher. And recently, the suggestion has been upgraded to specifically advising me to hire Alireza's father as a manager.
Do you think he has capacity for more than one client?
There are a number of things which are logistically difficult about this suggestion, but the suggestion itself makes perfect sense.
I like it. Maybe he can be like Eve from Entourage, who decides at some point, all right, I don't just want to manage Vinny Chase. I can have some other clients. And I hear, he's persistent, diligent. So yeah, you could do very well for yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
Phil is a life master, apparently. 2200 FIDE, we're being informed by Mercator 2001.
All right. So you're saying that to argue the point that he's the richest chess player. Spills is suggesting that you should hire Lawrence Trent. You should have Lawrence and Alireza's dad both send you CVs, and then you can decide.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Have some kind of a, great, somewhat British bake-off for the privilege of managing my spiraling or sprawling empire. Not spiraling. It actually is spiraling, but we'll pretend it's sprawling.
Yeah, don't tell them about this spiral.
Yeah. The father of Alireza didn't negotiate the matter in Tata Steel very well, says Aikido. I don't think that's true. That you are operating under the assumption that the best outcome for Alireza always has to be that he plays in every single tournament. I don't necessarily think that's true.
You only have leverage if you're willing to walk away. Gotta show him once in a while.
Yeah. Who would win in a match? The father of Alireza versus the father of Gatakamsky. Depends on match of what.
I guess he means chess.
Specify the sport. Because if it's boxing, I'm probably taking Rustam.
Still nothing to do. This is a problem.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
This does not help us either. Next move is this. And then slowly but surely we will be driven back. And back further. Then we lose.
A god hangs out big bitcoins for his Lichess arena, says Laoish boy. No, that's not Laoish boy. Yeah, that's a different thing. Surely the richest man in chess. I'm pretty sure those are sponsored tournaments. There was some delectable irony in some of what's happened there. But it was also a very exciting tournament, and I hear it will get concluded at some point. Just don't know when. Maybe it already has done.
Niels.
Okay, yeah, I figured somebody told me when it was supposed to get finished, and I even told myself I might want to watch, and then I promptly forgot all about it.
Chad is saying Magnus's father is not a terrible player. No, he's quite good. He's clearly the second strongest in the family.
Yeah.
Spirit Tapper is saying, I think he's IM level or thereabouts. I'm not sure that can be stated yet, but he's quite strong. Neutrino is saying Magnus' sister is good too. Yeah, but nowhere near the level of Henrik Carlsen.
Yeah, let's talk about #adult improver. Has anyone ever learned chess at age like 30 or 40 and became an IM? Probably. But do we know of any such person?
If they didn't, then according to the Perpetual Chess podcast, they just did the wrong adult improving.
How is that?
I don't know. I do not know. I would guess it happened. And it's not the question is not when people got their IM or GM title. The question is when they started. Like many people got the title late in life.
Yeah, all of those examples are of a different thing. Yeah, like I know the Kevin you're referring to, Prod 2321, and he's a very nice guy and a very strong player, but he definitely began playing at a much earlier age and then went into...
Yeah, it's not about becoming a GM at 35 if you've been a strong player for the last 20 years. Although that's very impressive too, working full-time job and getting that done. Shi Yun only learned chess as an adult. Sounds highly unlikely. How do you pronounce it? Is Shi Jun? Probably it's Shi Jun.
Probably, yeah. No. I think she quit chess when she was 28.
Yeah, that's
having become
women's world champion at age 21. So if you learn chess as an adult, a women's world champion at age 21.
Yeah, and then she, I think she graduated and went into politics or something. But yeah,
it's just a made-up story.
Yeah.
Dr. Peng Wang is saying, I watch Yanis on TV. Doubt GM incoming. Absolutely. Chat is saying me that I'm sometimes rudely interrupting you, but not to be rude to you. They're telling me in German. I apologize. It's not exactly on purpose, but I do understand. It can happen sometimes. Very sorry.
Say what? You're rudely interrupting me? I'm very sure I'm rudely interrupting you all the time, but the other way around, I'm not sure it happened even once.
No, I'm sure it happens. Happens plenty, but it also comes with the territory of doing commentary with two people. I don't think much offense is being taken, but I'm still sorry if it comes across that way.
Yeah, G5 played doesn't actually create a threat, so you can safely ignore it. G4 will be very well met by simply playing FG and then D6 with the immediate D6, yeah.
I did it again. This fellow saying, please show us some possible lines in the game. Yeah, the problem is the game is decided. So it's not like there's that much to hope for or talk about. But yeah, now the rook can enter from either side. Here, do we go for the kill already or do we prepare it? This is maybe a bit early. Might win, but why calculate this? No?
Yeah, I'm also wondering why you're playing King B2 instead of King B3. Our pawn on C4 might not even need to hang at any point here. Just put it here and then do the exact same thing without giving up anything.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's just difficult to show lines where pretty much anything that can be described as common sense wins quite comfortably. Rook G6 here or whatever. Yeah, like it's a matter of taste. Yeah, this probably is also quite comfortable. And just take King.
Winning is also winning it.
Yeah.
It's just nothing to hope for. White is a pawn up with a much better position, and he can choose when and where he will enter Black's camp, either from this side or from the other side. Yeah, King B3 played.
Yeah. And because that is winning, I'm just trying to figure out, let's say, G4. I'm sure FG wins on the spot. To inject some sort of urgency into our analysis, I'm asking G4, D6, Rook D7, King A4. Is that winning? I suspect the answer is still yes. Yeah. Everything is winning here. Like it's kind of impossible to spoil this position, which is why we're reluctant to show any lines. Even the most like imprecise, ignore everything your opponent is doing conversion technique here does the job admirably. So yeah, hard to get excited about any of this. Just, yeah, takes go king b5. I was a bit worried about king e5, d4, but I guess e4, e5 in that position just wins on the spot. Maybe all the other moves also win, but e5 is the simplest, just making sure that we don't have to calculate king e3, f3. That is also not bad, apparently. I just didn't even want to try to figure out if black gets to f1 in time here. But black is clearly some tempo short. Maybe one tempo short, but that's enough.
Yep. So 6 games are over. We've seen just one decisive result so far, and it's very surprising in that it looked like if anybody's winning this game, it would be Jan Krzysztof Duda, who had a winning position with black in the early middle game, but then went on to lose it, which must have been heartbreak for him, the troubles here. Started somewhere here with him not wanting to make a draw and going for this. That should still be equal, but already tricky. And now
yeah, and
other than that, we've had 5 draws, some more exciting than others. And we will have the second decisive game here where Pragnanda will win his first game of the tournament against Niels Grandelius, who so far hasn't been doing well, only has half a point. Yeah, this happens to be the game between the 2 lowest rated players in the tournament, if I can see it correctly, although it has been pointed out that Pragnanda probably won't stay at his current rating for very long. So only 2 non-2700 players in the field, no?
Seems like it, yeah.
Schenklin is 2708, Jordan is 2702, Spenko 2714, Dubov 2720, Vidit 2727. What's for dinner today in the Svidler household?
Probably, like the one thing I like about a game keeping us up until what it is now 10 p.m. is that I'm, even without doing the recaps, I'm kind of maintaining our usual Wijk routine of not having dinner. Because it's
you're doing intermittent chess fasting.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
So I'll have tea with something, but hoping not to eat anymore today. Like, it's a bit late to be eating properly. Yeah, king e6, and now, I mean,
d7,
e5,
let's go home.
Exactly. e5 looks pretty, but d7 wins on the spot, so let's just play d7 and call it a day.
Folded Wood is saying 3 hours before sleep, stop eating. Oh, I had no idea. Is that additional information to the do yoga, no coffee, or can it be combined with the yoga, no coffee?
It's also, I think, not entirely scientific, but that's what they...
Hang on. Let's see what Folded Wood has to say. Combined.
Yeah. And
4.
Zerstor D says it's e5 patzers, capitalizing the patzers, which I think reinforces the D in the username. Clearly a proper German capitalizing all nouns, but also calling Prague a patzer, so don't know.
To Hex is asking, do you like peanut butter sandwich or tuna sandwich? They're both excellent. I enjoy, we have this chain called Joe and the Juice. I'm not sure if they exist. in your neck of the woods. But they have a thing called a tuna avocado sandwich, which is a great invention. Who knew you could combine tuna with avocado? I'm not sure you should, and I'm sure maybe you shouldn't eat either. Now that I think about it, they're probably both problematic. But I do enjoy that sandwich. I also love a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Really?
Love it. Peanut butter and strawberry jam jelly. Oof. Might have one right now.
I'm not a huge fan of peanut butter in general. That's possibly because I'm allergic to it, but
even that's not.
Recently, that's not been enough reason for me to decide not to enjoy things. So maybe I should get into the peanut butter sandwich business as well.
Oof. So delicious. All right, Niels. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
It's dinner time.
Enough is enough. And indeed, enough has been admitted as being enough.
Hang on. Kingfisher is saying Peter's right. No eating at late time has been proved not to be important. It's only total calories intake plus exercise. I don't know. That's not what my book on fasting and insulin is saying. It's so confusing, all the food stuff. Depending who you ask.
Yeah.
Everyone tells you something else. And even Twitch chat doesn't seem to agree.
And also chat is freaking out because obviously the players, despite being seasoned
results.
professionals.
Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Prague won. They just messed up the placement of the kings. They put the kings on e4 and d5 to indicate white won. Sometimes people put the kings wrong. Don't do that. Congratulations to Pragnanda. His first victory in a super tournament.
Yeah, a very, very nicely played game, and also well played, young man, for giving me more work, because that actually needs to be addressed now. And I did already make a note, and there will be some adjustment done. When I made that confession earlier on stream, people were saying that my course is already outdated. It's out for one day, and Prague has already made it completely redundant. But that's actually volume 1. This isn't covered in volume 2. This is covered in volume 1. So volume 1 survived for like 8 months. It hasn't, but I mean, this game only invalidated it 8 months into its existence. So good going, I feel.
Smooth plug. Thanks for watching, everybody. Go premium on Chess24. Buy Peter Svidler's Grunfeld course. Buy my E4, E5 course. Join Team Yanistan, even if it's only as a reserve, because tomorrow there is a rest day in Tata Steel. But at 6 p.m., there are the exciting Chess24 team battles, where Team Yanistan will face Team Ellen and Hans. Peter Svidler on the top board against Hans Niemann will have a heavy load on his shoulders. So you can watch that on all the usual Chess24 channels. Yeah. Thanks for watching. With Wijk, we'll be back the day after tomorrow, 2 p.m.
Yep. Cheers.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.